Mosquito.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
The theme for this month's Child's Month really emphasizes children feeling safe and protected. And this is certainly something that we want children to experience while they are at school. You know, schools have their challenges, but we really have been trying to encourage the students as well to interact in a way that creates safety, and also to encourage the students, you know, the parents and students to be safe. One of the things that we've been doing is we've been having parent seminars. These seminars really serve to empower parents so that they can care for the children better, because the children are in the parents' care. So that's one of the things that we've really tried to emphasize for Child's Month.
The build-out of technology infrastructure is a major priority for the Ministry of National Security during the 2020-2021 financial year. This is to enable a stronger and more resilient security force as it responds to crime and works to restore public trust and a safer society for all. Portfolio Minister Dr. Horace Chang outlined a few areas while making his contribution to the sectoral debate in the House of Representatives. He says the Jamaica Constabulary Force JCF will focus on the expansion of the smart checkpoint facility, under which 120 police vehicles are being installed with tablets. In addition, provision is being made for access to the central database system for the service vehicles.
Which means you no longer have to call in or write paper tickets. From their service vehicle, they'll be able to enter on their smart computer, their laptops, and get the data they require about any particular vehicle or individual they might be apprehending.
Other advancements in technology will see approximately 200 body-worn cameras being deployed, radio and microwave communication systems being expanded, as well as increased capacity for surveillance through the closed-circuit television CCTV network.
Robust use of technology will lead to the trust and confidence by means of the JCF and the public alike. The goal is to deliver the right service in the right way, enabled by modern technologies and underpinned by professional standards and values of policing.
Minister Chang says this technology-driven component of the JCF's modernization will ensure that all Jamaicans have access to improved policing systems and a greater sense of safety and security. He says the overall modernization, restructuring and reform of the JCF are designed to optimize efficiency of the force across several divisions. These include the expansion of the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch, the Inspectorate, and Professional Standards Oversight Bureau, and the Criminal Investigations Branch. Focus is also being placed on increased recruitment and training for members of the Specialized Operations Branch and the Technology Branch.
That's the kind of event that gives me confidence in what we're doing in the police force, and I feel confident that in due course, this police force, given the right tools, the right numbers, the right training, we will be getting on top of the criminal activity and dismantling the gangs in this country.
While this work of institutional transformation is taking place within the JCF, the Ministry of National Security will continue to oversee and organize strategic and targeted social intervention initiatives to prevent crime. Minister Chang says this includes more zones of special operations, ZOZOs.
In addition to that, we've been looking at all the communities to see what we can do to ensure aspects of these special intervention can be introduced to ensure that the young men and young women of these difficult communities are offered productive opportunities that will allow them a different lifestyle and to achieve their ambitions. That is the object of our new approach to social intervention as we go forward, and it will be visible this year despite of the activity.
The social intervention initiatives will be branded under the Live Good campaign. Addressing the enforcement of road traffic laws, the National Security Minister says work is in progress for the implementation of the new Traffic Ticket Management System (TTMS) this year. The $25.6 million system will work in collaboration with the JCF, Court Management Services, Tax Administration Jamaica, Island Traffic Authority, and eGov Jamaica Limited. Another critical component of a resilient security apparatus is the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency MOCA.
It's an excellent agency, it's doing phenomenal work, and we will give them all the support they require.
Over the last financial year, the agency coordinated intelligence-led operations, which resulted in 35 new investigations. These investigations, supported by ongoing legal consultations, have resulted in a total of 157 cases currently before the courts. Additionally, the agency is actively investigating 68 cases, of which 21 are classified as significant.
I want to reassure this country, MOCA is not only proving its worth and value, but it's operating as an independent, highly professional body of which this country can take pride in and can give them all the support required.
Regulations were approved in both houses of Parliament for independent status of MOCA. The agency is now in the final stage of negotiation with the Ministry of Finance on appropriate remuneration, after which a date will be given for separation. The resilience of the country's security infrastructure is also heavily reliant on strong border management and coastal surveillance systems.
PICA and the Coast Guard are the two critical agencies in ensuring our coastal waters are protected and we can deal with the problem of transnational criminal activity.
To this end, the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency PICA has undertaken a digital transformation of its border management operations. This has resulted in its online passenger declaration form and adult passport renewal system. PICA has also installed 15 additional automated border crossing kiosks at the Sangster International Airport, bringing the total number to 50.
This kind of activity is critical in being able to monitor not only efficiency of entering our country, but in monitoring or in ensuring our borders are safe and we can monitor the throughput of criminal activity or activities who may be coming through.
Meanwhile, the Coast Guard has added one FCS 5009 cutter to its fleet of offshore patrol vehicles. It is equipped with the latest technology and is able to patrol our waters under various weather conditions. Minister Chang says with the guns for drugs trade remaining a significant threat to the security of our people, this will improve the security forces' capability to interdict the illicit flow of these contrabands and the transshipment of cocaine.
And we can assure the people of this country in a very strong position to effectively manage our borders and reduce the impact of the kind of criminal activity that currently feeds the gangs in Jamaica.
Meanwhile, strong and long-standing partnership with local and international stakeholders have been of value to the country's anti-crime strategic plan.
The recent interception of international drug smuggling network was an example of our work with international partners. This case in particular symbolized a new dispensation for JISTV, which is the JISTV in all forms. It's a JISTV in which all forms of illegal activities are vehemently condemned. The JISTV has a zero tolerance for all acts and actors of criminality. This is the Jamaica Consular Force we are building as the JISTV we know today.
Educators, listen up. Do you need help learning how to save, budget, manage your debt, investing? Does it feel like the little you have can go so far and no more? The Ministry of Education and Youth is partnering with Profit Jumpstarter, a boutique investment education organization, and the Jamaica Teaching Council to guide you or educators on a course towards financial literacy. Look out for a series of workshops in the coming months to help you get on the path to financial freedom, because understanding money is essential for growing it. Each one teaches one, right? Let us continue to make Jamaica the preferred place to live, work, raise families, and do business.
Are you or anyone you know in need of a birth certificate, earning minimum wage and born in Jamaica? Visit your Member of Parliament's office or any of the Registrar General's Department offices island-wide and request assistance under the Operation Birthright program. For more information on Operation Birthright or to see whether you are eligible under the program, visit nidsfax.com or rgd.gov.jm. Conditions apply.
Last year, we saw over 13,000 victims. However, I am conscious and I'm aware that there are many more. There are children, there are victims in our community that are struggling with the reality of crime and trauma. Some of them individually and directly, and some of them indirectly in the community which they live. I would like to challenge you who are listening, watching this program, to make an effort to call the VSD, the Victim Services Division in the Ministry of Justice. Encourage these children to get help. Encourage, cause us to know so we can reach out to them to get help. The numbers to call are 876-618-3620 or 876-946-2014. Healing and justice for all victims of crime is not just our concern, but it should be the concern of all of us.
Welcome to PBCJ's coverage of the sitting of the Senate. I'm Simone Absalom Gale, and I'll provide a brief outline of what's expected to take place during the sitting. But before we begin, did you know that no more than 4 ministers can be appointed from the Senate, and they may have portfolio responsibilities? The Senate usually functions as a review chamber, considering bills passed by the House of Representatives. On this session's agenda, the Bail Act 2023. The new bail law will, among other things, consider specific circumstances in determining whether a person released on bail has absconded. Clause 14 of the legislation states that a defendant commits the offense of absconding if he or she fails to surrender to custody at the appointed time or as soon as possible thereafter. Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs Marlene Malahou-Fort has said they have taken into account the possible circumstances surrounding absence. For example, people may be on their way to court, they may meet in an accident, end up being hospitalized, and would not be able to surrender. The minister added, however, that once a defendant can have word sent to the court and it can be verified, the offense is not committed. Also on the agenda, the continuation of the State of the Nation debate with presentation from Senator Auburn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. If time allows, the minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Senator Matthew Samuda, will move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act be now read a second time. The Act sets out special measures to uphold and preserve the rule of law, public order, citizen security, and public safety within certain areas. The House of Representatives on Tuesday, September 26, passed the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Amendment Bill. National Security Minister Dr. Horace Chang said the amendment will enable a more robust and relevant bill that is, quote, responsive to our current social, cultural, and economic dynamics of those who reside in these vulnerable and volatile communities, end quote. The amended bill proposes, among other things, to increase the initial timeline in which a zone is declared to be in force from a period of not exceeding 60 days to 180 days. This will allow more time for these social intervention objectives to be realized and provide a more sustainable environment for the maintenance of law and order. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Now over to the proceedings.
On behalf of Senator Brown, I had passed on his appreciation for all the thoughts, prayers, well wishes that he has received. But Mr. President, on the order of business paper announcements, I did not hear any mention of the Integrity Commission report. You will be aware that a release was issued by the Integrity Commission on Tuesday, I believe, of this week, saying that a report had been sent to Parliament. It was not tabled in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, and I did not hear it mentioned in the announcements today. So I'm hoping that you can advise us of what is happening with that report and more generally of the process and the timing that we're to expect between the receipt of these Integrity Commission reports and the tabling.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. And your intervention gives me an opportunity just to indicate the process as you rightly have requested. Like most members, I saw a notification from the Parliament and a subsequent notification from the Integrity Commission, which was carried by way of a press release to the effect that a report was sent to the Parliament. That was sent on Tuesday. And I came to the Parliament this morning, had a committee meeting at 9 o'clock, and had sight of the document shortly thereafter. And I will table it as the law requires at the earliest opportunity. I'm sure that members would appreciate that at the very least I would be required to have a cursory, if not detailed, read of the document before I table it. But it will be tabled at the earliest possible opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we would expect that by Tuesday or latest Friday next week, this will be.
I would only be able to talk for myself.
For
it would be
it would not go beyond.
Whenever the next meeting of the Senate is held, the document and relevant letters, etc., will be tabled.
Thank you.
I just indicated to the members that the procedure is that once the document has been sent to the Parliament, it is sent essentially to my office. I was not around to receive the document, but I will do so at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you very much. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the Senate, motions for leave to introduce bills, the presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained, public business. And just before the Minister rises, that we are joined by a number of persons whose presence here today is occasioned by the presentation of Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill, and I just wish to recognize a number of persons, the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mrs. Sancha Bennett Templer, who I had the pleasure to meet many years ago when I was on the UDC board, a long time ago. Welcome, Madam. The Executive Director of the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission, Mrs. Anne-Marie Dawes, President of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, Ms. Sholita Cox, the CEO of the Jamaica National Agency for Accreditation, Mrs. Sharmone Shirley, Mr. Christopher McPherson, Chairman of the Cannabis Licensing Authority. Welcome particularly to you, sir, from my colleague, Mr. Crawford. Not me. Only because he has an interest in the proper functioning of the industry. Right, Mr. Crawford? Yeah, because appearances can oftentimes be very misleading. Ms. Kelly Dawn Hamilton, the interim CEO of Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority. Mr. Andrew Brown Dawes, Executive Director of the Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission. Kadian Jonas, Technical Assistant to the Minister. Ms. Roxanne Lewis, and she's doing a very good job, the PR consultant to the Ministry of Industry and Consult. Mr. Almanda Cox, Resolve It. Mr. Delana Seabright, my very good friend from the Ministry of Tourism, welcome, sir. Mr. Richard Allen, One-on-One, and a number of other persons from the ministry. And I could have just said persons from relevant agencies of the ministry, but I'd like to just give a personal welcome to you all and just remind that it is your parliament and you're always welcome here, even if your minister is not making a presentation. Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to simply indicate that today on the order paper, we will be taking the, we will be continuing the State of the Nation debate with the contribution to be made by Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill, and we will also be taking through its remaining stages the Act to amend the Bail Act. I know we have tried to take the legislation up front, but as a minister, not only as a minister, but because there are heads of departments and agencies who undoubtedly do need to get back, we have thought to allow the courtesy on a whole of our member of the executive to present his State of the Nation debate first. So with that, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister Hill?
You're joking? Sorry, I mean. Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister Hill. Minister, you can turn on the other mic?
I was told to turn it off.
Oh, by whom?
Only one.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Not hard. Mr. President, it is with great pleasure that I rise again in this noble Senate to present another State of the Nation address. I am really very grateful, relentlessly grateful, in fact, to the Almighty Father for His grace and faithfulness that has sustained me to be back here today. I'm very grateful to my dear wife Tamara and our children and family for the support they have given me to serve in this capacity. The Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, gets very special thanks for giving me the double appointment of Senator and Cabinet Minister to serve the Jamaican people. Very special, thank you very much. Very special thanks to Permanent Secretary Sancio Bennett-Templar, people from my staff led by Ms. Cadian Jonas, and for the representatives, the people who actually run the agencies in my ministry, to make sure the service that we must deliver to Jamaican people, and especially the business community and consumers, really gets done. Thank you so much for coming. The President recognized you. Mr. President, I'm particularly grateful to the Clerk of the Parliament, Mrs. Valerie Curtis, and her staff, who have rendered so much assistance and guidance to me, especially with my friends across the aisle, completely, with a measure of malice sometimes, when they would want to lead me astray. So I'm very, very thankful to the... they say it's unparliamentary. I meant to encourage me, Mr. President, to do the right thing. Many thanks to my Senate colleagues across there who will encourage me in all kinds of directions, and my Senate colleagues here who will only lead me in the right direction. I am going to get better, because I'm going to get the President's and your permission, my colleagues, to just say a word about Mr. Danny Williams. Mr. Danny Williams held this position in government, if I remember correctly, or I was told. He was a Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, or whatever it was called at that time. But more importantly, I had the pleasure of serving on a board, I'll name it, Jamaica Brothers Board, for over 15 years with Danny. Danny was a fine man. I know one of the things that Robert Levy, a mutual friend, said, that he can't remember anybody saying anything badly about Danny. Danny seemed to have helped everybody. He has been an investor. I mean, I think Mr. Ricardo Allen is here. When I met Ricardo the first time, Danny was the one who introduced me to Ricardo, told me about Ricardo, and Danny invested in one-on-one Ricardo's company that's now listed on the stock exchange. And that's just one of many. He has been gracious in education. He had a great deal of advice, from which I learned, but he was also open-minded. And so, as we lay him to rest tomorrow, I want the Senate to record that Mr. Danny Williams has been an outstanding Jamaican citizen. So, Mr. President, what is the state of the nation that has had to be managed through a devastatingly bad worldwide pandemic, disrupted supply chains, high oil prices, and the accompanying elevated and punishing price inflation? Unprecedented, Mr. President. Historic milestone, Senator Allen. All-time low unemployment. Senate colleagues, national commendable effort. The highest credit rating Standard & Poor's has ever given to Jamaica, Mr. President. Great job performance, job creation performance for Jamaicans in every single walk of life. Those, Mr. President, are just some of the words and phrases that have been used in describing the recent announcement by S&P of Jamaica's best credit rating ever, and by starting of a historically low unemployment figure of 4.5%. Unprecedented and historically low and the highest rating are terms that mean that this BB minus credit rating and low unemployment figure of 4.5% has never happened before in Jamaica. These twin achievements occurred in the many decades that we have been subjected to credit rating and the keeping of employment and unemployment records in Jamaica, outstanding, best we've ever had. The significant upgrade by S&P rating agency cannot be overemphasized and must not be trivialized. It is a major achievement for all Jamaicans, not just some. Indeed, Mr. President, this significant and historic credit rating upgrade for every Jamaican in every walk of life, it's such a pleasure to say that. It's for all of us Jamaicans. So how Jamaicans benefit from this, Mr. President? What does it mean? So you get an S&P rating. Some people don't even know it means Standard & Poor's. No matter. No, it does matter. This is what it means. Mr. President, we have a loan stock of 1.1 trillion Jamaican dollars. You translate that into American dollars, and it comes out to about 7.14 billion US dollars. Payments for this is not smooth, it is bumpy. But say we were to pay 10% of that per year, of the debt stock we have. That would be $714.3 million annually. When we pay, Mr. President, we tend to borrow it right back. Because unless we pay down some, we keep our debt stock going. So we borrow it back at 1% less. Because of the upgrade by Standard & Poor's, your interest rate goes down. So when you borrow it back at 1% less, you save $7.14 million US dollars a year. Multiply that by 154, Mr. President, and you see how much million we're saving. It goes up and down. Its currency, Senator Morris, it fluctuates. So I'll take 154 for average. You see how much money we're saving? Over 25 years, Mr. President, which is what you would normally pay back a loan over, you're saving about 178.5 million US dollars. That goes to build schools, it goes to buy police cars, it goes to pay part payments, it goes, Mr. President, I hope, to make sure we get some more investments to business people. Investors, both locally and internationally, will find, and we're finding Jamaica to be easily the most, listen to me, easily the most attractive investment destination to create jobs, profitable companies, and more tax revenues. Why am I saying that? Because when I was in New York last week, I had interviews with Bloomberg, and Bloomberg was very, very clear. They're saying to us, when are you coming to the market with more bonds? Senator Webby, you know, so we never hear that for years. Nobody never wants to hear. But Senator Crawford, they said more. They said the following. Of all the emerging markets in the world, Jamaica is on top. Jamaica's paper is seen to be the best paper to have. Why? Because they don't get any. We don't borrow. So the Jamaican bond is a great paper to have. Mr. President, this Andrew Holness administration is building Jamaica for all Jamaicans. And Bloomberg recognizes. I was here in 2013. I used to write for Senator Brown's favorite newspaper at the time. 2013. I went to the university. Oliver Clark, who was alive then, we were just kind of finalizing the IMF program. Governor Brian Winter was in charge, and in the discussion he said, I cannot tell you how I'm going to manage and control inflation. Inflation was an issue at the time, because our fiscal affairs were out of whack. Well, fiscal affairs mean how much money the government spent. Was out of whack. I was there, you weren't. Okay? So I'm telling you, why don't you just listen? Let me tell you, and you, if you listen, you might hear. So he said, Mr. President, that unless the government gets its fiscal affairs in order, I can't, as the Bank of Jamaica, manage inflation. Remember, the Bank of Jamaica was independent then. We made the Bank of Jamaica independent. When it was being made independent, everybody said the currency wouldn't manage. Well, look at the range it has gone through. It has managed in a very small range through an international pandemic. And Mr. President, you don't hear anything else about the fiscal imbalance and disruption that is in the Jamaican economy. And even our lenders are begging to come back and bring them paper. We're not borrowing because we manage the place so well, Senator Allen. Aren't you proud? But, Mr. President, an equally great measure as to how the economy and the country is being run is our employment situation. Mr. President, the significant achievement of getting our unemployment down to the historical low level of 4.5% is an achievement that affects every Jamaican everywhere. The lowering of unemployment and the raising of the number of people in employment pulls into the earning economy many Jamaicans from the lower levels of our national labor force. This is good news for a vast number of Jamaicans who needed the work. Mr. President, I listen to the press like everybody else. So in the face of this outstanding good news of Jamaica achieving this historically lowest unemployment figure of 4.5%, the leader of opposition business in the Senate went to St. James soon after Staten released the numbers to indicate that these results have, they're sort of macro results and really doesn't help and bless the ordinary Jamaican people. His body and leader of the opposition carried the same kind of, in my view, misleading narrative to another PNP meeting a couple of weeks later. Boy,
Senator Gale and Senator Bunting, please allow the Speaker to continue.
I appreciate the protection, Mr. President. The leader of the opposition business in the Senate, when speaking in St. James, would have us believe that ordinary Jamaicans have not benefited from these new jobs. No benefits to ordinary Jamaicans from the significant job growth in the tourism and BPO corridors of Jamaica, Mr. President. Some people would be unkind and say, that's close to rubbish, but I'm not those some kind of people. It is the taxi persons, hospitality workers, you know some of them, Senator Allen, in the hotels and restaurant business in St. James and across Jamaica, the messengers, deliverymen, gardeners, and day workers and nannies who get jobs from the increased business activities in the area. Imagine, Mr. President, you went to the area of St. James to convey this kind of argument to the people in the area. It is the gas station attendants and sales staff in shops, the very ordinary people in St. James, and indeed across Jamaica, who, because of the outstanding efforts of the JLP government, and I think that's a problem, because of the outstanding efforts of the JLP government, and especially Tourism Minister, my colleague and friend Ed Bartlett, employment has been increasing consistently, month after month. It is in the tens of thousands of BPO workers, many added during and since the pandemic, and who operate within the ambits of my ministry. It is to these workers he went to, apparently, try and convince them that the jobs that they now have but didn't have is not good for them. It is in these ordinary, hard-working Jamaicans, Mr. President, that the leader of the opposition business in the Senate went to suggest that the low unemployment figure is actually not so good for them. Mr. President, listen, you see, I listened to the whole clip. You know, I listened to the whole clip. You know how we stay. You know how we stay, Senator. You know I'm not going to miss you, and I think you won't miss mine when I say it. Mr. President, no, please. Mr. President, this was Mr. President, this was conveying an amazing and barefaced misinterpretation of the truth. His pronouncements, and you see he wants me to giggle this truth away, but his pronouncement, Mr. President, conveyed plain and simple disinformation and a measure of fake news. Mr. President, it's not very good, but the truth is that 4.5% unemployment is extraordinarily good for ordinary Jamaicans. Here is what the numbers tell us, Mr. President. In 2015, 1 year before the Andrew Holness administration came to power, there were 1,146,000 people who were employed in the workforce. In that year, 2015, Mr. President, the unemployment rate was 13.5%. I remember it well because, as I said, I used to write for Senator Brown's favorite newspaper at the time. And I remember referring to the high unemployment figure in the election period in 2015-2016. Mr. President, by 2019, the year before the pandemic hit, we had moved the number of people employed in the country up by about 110,000 to 1,272,700. And the unemployment rate had dropped significantly to 7.3%. Remember now, we started at 13.3, we're now down to 7.3. From the 7.3 unemployment rate that was recorded the year before, the number of people employed in the economy in 2020 fell by about 100,000. And Mr. President, some of us need to be reminded that 2020 was the year we lost over 10% of our GDP, and the Andrew Holness administration did not borrow any money to deal with the health and economic crisis, nor did we raise any new taxes to address the unexpected financial demand that accompanied the pandemic. The Holness administration managed the health, education, employment, and other related crises and the overall economy through that COVID-19 crisis for the benefit of all Jamaicans, especially needy Jamaicans, Mr. President. I remember very clearly, Prime Minister Holness led his cabinet to adopt a very disciplined, empathetic, caring, and targeted approach to handle our delicate economy during a very difficult period of time. And the man was on the TV and radio every evening informing everybody. I said, I didn't know how he managed it. Good thing he's a very young, strong Prime Minister, Mr. President. Totally energetic. So from that point, at the end of 2020, when the COVID-19 induced unemployment rate had risen back to 9%, and from that desperate period in 2015, when now Senator Bunting, then Minister Bunting, was a member of the cabinet of the PNP government, which presided over that desperately high unemployment figure of 13.3%, Mr. President, to now at this wonderful JLP-crafted figure of 4.5% at April 2023. Senator Allen, since 2016, we have added the quite fabulous number of 148,800 new jobs to record that unprecedentedly low 4.5 figure. We, the Andrew Holness administration, are building Jamaica for all Jamaicans. I remember, Mr. President, in 2015, when it was Manayad who predicted that we're going to add over 100,000 jobs. I remember they scoffed and they laughed and derided. Until we now are at 4.5% unemployment figure, historically low in the history of Jamaica. We're very happy to be here. Mr. President, the leader of the opposition business in the Senate would want to tell us and the Jamaican people that the vast majority of these 148,800 jobs were not helping mainly Jamaicans. Maybe good for the Topanars, if you will, Mr. President, and that they are not the ordinary, hard-working Jamaicans who make our economy, country work well every day. Apparently, that's what he would want Jamaicans to believe. I am very charitable when I say that's an untruth. And you know how they would say it on the street, Senator Allen. Incidentally, Mr. President, if it's the leader of the opposition who said he was going to surround himself with Topanaris if he ever, in the far decades, becomes leader of this country. So I want, because I'm from the country, Mr. President, we come from St. Elizabeth, a little district in a country part, not even close to Kingston. So me decide, say, well, me go and look up Topanaris. You're a wicked senator. My community name Top Hill. You know what it means, Mr. President. I find out, you know. I went to Google and I went to online dictionary, and this is what they say: a rich snob who does not like to share. That's what Topanaris means. So it says in Jamaica we often use. Imagine Google Jamaica is on Google. They have a Jamaican rendition of it. In Jamaica, we often use a term to describe people who behave as if they are better than others. All right, a rich snob who does not like to share. And then in Jamaica, those people use a term to describe people who behave as if they are better than others. Now you tell me, Mr. President, is them kind of people the leader of the opposition wants around him to run this country? Then what happened to the teachers? What happened to the ordinary farmers who send them picnic to school and they become PhD? How you mean? All the people who grow goats. We want people like you around. In fact, there are people who don't like people like you around. I know some of them, but we don't mind that you're around. So, I'm saying to you, Mr. President, when the reality of the solid and consistent performance of the Andrew Holness team hit them in the face, it looks like the PNP leaders then turn idiot and talk pure rubbish. But, Mr. President, Jamaicans are seeing and feeling the benefits that the JLP administration is creating in new jobs and social services. Mr. President, let me remind you that the best gift a government can give to a citizen is a job that they get a pay every 2 weeks or every month. Not a bonus, but a job that you get a regular income in. And we have been providing a lot of those. In fact, Mr. President, 148,000 since 2020. I know sometimes it looks like they're out of touch, and mostly they're out of touch. The Andrew Holness administration found creative and useful ways to help needy Jamaicans in their time of need. Oh, that's in the margin of error. I'm going to give you blue dot in a minute. I'm going to give you plus or minus 3. You're a maths teacher. Mr. President, the now famous, dare I say iconic, 1.5 million tax relief. Mr. President, in 2016, just before the general election of February 25th, the then leader of the opposition, now Prime Minister, the most Honorable Andrew Holness, launched the now famous, in fact iconic, 1.5 million income tax relief commitment. We gave a commitment. There was no hitching and hawing and tearing back. It was publicly derided by the PNP, the government at the time, and by numerous other prominent high-level party supporters. So you simply cannot imagine my visible consternation, Mr. President, when I heard none other than the flailing leader of the opposition at the PNP's National Annual Conference last month calling for, demanding, Mr. President, for nothing less than the doubling of that now famous income tax relief creation by the Andrew Holness administration. The same, I'm in there, man. The same plan they had so publicly. Senator Scott Martin, welcome. Good to see you. They had so publicly and virulently castigated and derided before the whole country. And see us here, we were all there. We were all there. In 2016, before and after the general election of February 25, 2016, the PNP leader now shamelessly wants to copy. Mr. President, no shame? At the rallies and in press statements in early 2016, Mr. President, PNP hierarchy tried to rubbish the 1.5 million income tax relief plan, but the Jamaican people would have none of it. They loved it. The finance minister and campaign director, no, you know why me go back? Because you want double it, wait, just hold your breath. I come in. Just hold your breath, man. Hold your breath. The finance minister and campaign director at the time, Dr. Peter Phillips, even tried to invoke the foreign bogeyman. They used to do this for years, Mr. President. Decades and decades. They bring up the foreign bogeyman, forcing the observer. That's different. The foreign bogeyman forcing the Observer newspaper to carry the following comment on February 15, 2016. Phillips said the party, that's the JLP, proposal is telling us in their own way that they are tearing up the agreement that Jamaica has with the International Monetary Fund and the international community. Bogeyman-ness. There is no government that has been as faithful and over a long period of time to that IMF program as the Andrew Holness administration. None. This was pure nonsense and cheap politics, Mr. President. Mr. President, I remember very well that practically every single PNP party person supporter once spoke to told us how the 1.5 million couldn't work. It was wrong, wrong-headed, couldn't work, and the country couldn't afford it. No, man, we have Friday.
Ministers. Minister's time has expired.
Mr. Bunting.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, I am moving for his time to be extended sufficient to complete his presentation, and we would appreciate if he would focus on the subject instead of on those of us on this side. Good introduction.
Thank you very much, Senator Bunting. Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and everything said, there's some sort of gentleman left in the gentleman. So, Mr. President, when I hear, and you know, all the Toponaris, may I have the picture of them here? I went to the Gleaner. Whole heap of picture, you see them there? All them, this was front page Toponaris. Then Gary Spalding had to go out and say, Holness rebuts Matalan tax proposal. Everything was going on. So you know what, everybody never wanted except the Jamaican people. Except the Jamaican people. So, Mr. President, what I found out, I absolutely... The now Prime Minister Holness continued in February 22, 2016 article. Now, we're talking about 2 or 3 days before the election. In fact, there will be a positive impact on your household. That's after them throw it around and say it can't work. We are going to give back to the working people of Jamaica who have been made the working poor by the PNP, and of course we gave it back. The PNP borrowed and taxed, and Andrew Holness cut taxes and grow the economy. So, Mr. President, it's not just borrowing tax now. The 4 years before we came to power, the PNP taxed the Jamaican people $58 billion. $58 billion. And in the 7 years we've been in power, not 1 penny of tax. Not $1. Not $1. Absolutely no new taxes. And I remember, no, Senator Webby, they had 23, between 1989 and 2016, they were 27 years, and they had 23 of those years in government and power. All they did was tax and spend, and we don't see anything yet. But you know, Mr. President, I just want to say this. I just want to say this, that it is clear that they've lost their way in the wilderness. And you know from the Bible, Mr. President, when you lose your way in the wilderness, it's like 40 years before Moses finds the way to come out. Because you wander a long time in there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Mr. President, I'm asking you, sir, to graciously tell the leader of the opposition to sit down quietly in a dark corner of the Carencia Name Museum on Old Hope Road and ponder deeply the 1.5 million tax relief that was so innovatively crafted by the Andrew Holness administration, and tell them it is firmly and strongly copyrighted in the minds and hearts of Jamaican people, and it is not available to be copied. That is ours. So the blue dot polls come out, Mr. President. And there were 10 points. You want me to come to the president? I'm coming to the president. I told you. And there were 9 points that they judged the parties on. The only one that they had a little tip on, they got 25, about 25 points, and we got 24. The only one was inflation. And we know that inflation was brought on by high oil prices and supply chains, lots of things that we really couldn't control. And, Mr. President, inflation in April was 11.8%. It's now down to 6.8%, just outside the band of 4 to 6%, which is the policy level that the Bank of Jamaica must follow. So it has been coming down. So on the other 8 points, Senator Allen, I think you will like this. On the economy, the Andrew Holness administration beat the PNP by 15 points, or is seen as coming, it's all right. My time to speak, I didn't know to interrupt you. You can say what you want when your time comes. Okay, so blue dot, not me, blue dot, Blue Dots found out that we got 75% better rating on the economy. We got 75% better rating on unemployment than the PNP. We had better rating on roads. We had better rating on education. And on crime that you love to talk about so much. That you lost your laptop and computer when you were Minister of National Security. And crime, on crime, we have dropped murders by 12%. That's 141 people less than there were last year. And the same thing, you see, you can't even, it's my time to speak, I did not interrupt you. Rubbish, 141 people's lives saved, Mr. President, 141 lives people saved, and him call it rubbish. On education, we're way ahead of you, and me says so, okay, is the pollsters. On health, the Andrew Holness administration is seen as far superior to the PNP. The JLP administration leads the PNP on housing, social welfare, so everything we're out there with you. So, Senator Allen, soon after I arrived at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mr. President, a bunch of data grabbed my attention and gave my ministerial mandate a very clear focus. Statin had just published the 2021 figures. We imported, for 2021, $5.975 billion worth of goods and services. We exported a measly $1.441 billion. The negative trade balance was $4.534 billion. So, because I like the numbers, I said, give me the numbers for trade balances from 1960. Not even 62, 1960. So I got 61 years of trade figures. And Mr. President, what I found really woke me up and woke up my ministry. 61. We had 61 years, 60 of those years, we had a negative trade balance. Senator Scott Motley. Not 6 years ago. 60. 1 year in 1966, when, you would have been a toddler, Senator Scott Motley. At worst, you would have been a toddler. Little. It's 1966, and you weren't even thought of. Okay, so So, what we found, Mr. President, is we have done enormously well at bringing down our debt to GDP. It's now from 147 down to 77, and going down to 60, and going down to 60. But you can cut your expenses as much as you want if you're running a business. Senator Bunting, Topanaris, and Topanaris to be Senator Crawford. They can tell you that if you keep cutting your expenses and don't make revenues, you don't have no business. You have to have revenues coming in. So we have cut our debt to GDP. We know, and as a nation, we haven't talked about it, except for the last 8 or 9 months, because every single where I go, all when I go to funeral, I find a way to talk about exports. Because if we do not export, the Senator Webber there, him export a lot of things overseas. Just come from England, him have one warehouse here about from here to King Street. Big warehouse in England, and the same in the United States and Canada. We have to export a lot more. So I got my agencies together, all 20 of them. And we went through this, and we now meet every quarter. And I said to them, we have 3 objectives. We have some smaller subsidiary ones, but the big ones are these. We are going to do every single thing. JAMCO, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, JANAC, whatever you name in the ministry. Anti-dumping, Mrs. Dawes is here. We are going to make sure that we do everything to help exporters, Jamaican businesses, to export. And then, that's not good enough, because the minister and ordinary Jamaicans can't sit in their office. Ask Don how much time him and the people out of the country, in their markets, making sure that they're exporting the goods that they have to sell overseas. So you know what I did? I asked business people. So when you hear a semi-tech trip, I've traveled enough. I don't need to take another trip. But I am taking trips for this reason. You go, Evan. That's you. So, Mr. President, I've taken a lot of young business people. Don doesn't need me so much, and even Don sent him people with me to Trinidad because there was an issue. And Don don't need me. Don has lawyers. Jamaica Brothers Group have accountants and lawyers. Wisynco don't need me, but Wisynco and Jamaica Brothers sent sometimes when it's necessary with me. But the young ones, we have 16 ICT people. I didn't know we had 16 ICT companies in this country. When I started, 6 went with me to Ghana. They went with me to Canada. They have business. They're getting business in Trinidad, in Guyana, in the United States. They went with me to Britain. And you should see these young people. Young people, Mr. President, not going with me to the United States and Canada and England to look jobs. No, they're going with me, taking their companies to go and look markets and customers, a whole different ballgame.
So, Minister, they weren't shelling down London, they were working.
Mr. President, I made sure I had a very, very good social manager to make sure that there would be no fallout on our reputation with the team that I went. But what was amazing, Mr. President, to see, I think Ricardo is here. Ricardo Allen is here. There he is, tall and Ricardo. Ricardo, some months ago, launched his business one-on-one on the stock exchange. So I bring up the issue, And I said, Ricardo, why don't you tell these investors, this was in New York, and same thing in London, we're at the Institute of Directors in London. And Ricardo stand up and me watch this young man tell, tell these people, you know, and you probably don't know, so I'm going to tell you from here. Ricardo has a business. He's now made arrangement, I think, with the Minister of Education, Minister of Science, and they built a studio. So the best STEM teachers we have in Jamaica, math, physics, engineering, whatever it is, they have now linked not with the ordinary internet carriers, but with Elon Musk's internet carrier. So it's in schools across Jamaica. So everywhere, all in the gully, mile or not. Okay? So the people who, the Toponaris people and the bright people go to schools like, which school you go to again? Which was formed out of Monroe College, after Bishop Gibson went up there. So when you go to Kingston College or Campion or those fancy schools, the same teachers that you have, Ricardo puts them in a studio and link that Little Mile Gully School or the one in Top Hill, the primary school that I went to in Top Hill, nice place. And they get the same level of education and teaching, and you have it's on the screen. You have whiteboards. The teachers, the students are getting it. Jamaica is changing. This is amazing. But what charmed my heart, in addition to the education, is to see the people lining up around Ricardo. So I have something here. He gave me permission to talk about this. So he's having special arrangements with the black community in the United States to say how that he's doing a special arrangement for them. I'm going to find it for you in a minute. But not just Ricardo. Another company called Optimity. You should see what they're doing to do the billing for where Senator Crawford goes to Shelldown in Trinidad. The carnival. Him go everywhere, man. Him go everywhere. Him have money. Him have money, man. Him go everywhere. So what you see is that they are buying the services from Jamaican companies. You would never believe that that is happening. And I'm so proud that these young men and some young women. So Ricardo signed an agreement with Microsoft to deliver Microsoft Teals project in high schools across Jamaica and the Caribbean. Him not stop. Him go with me to Guyana, him go to Trinidad, then him go to Barbados by himself, out there selling in business. Under this project, one-on-one will, and it's traded on the stock exchange, and I'm just saying Senator Bunting, because you might not have remembered. One-on-one will deliver advanced computer science courses in the areas of cybersecurity, AI, and other next-generation subjects to high school. He's in his late 20s or early 30s. That's the kind of businesses that we're focusing and say, look, you can't stay in Jamaica and be outstanding. You will do well. You might even get rich. But you really want to shine? Come with me. And they pay their own money. And they pay their own expenses. And they find their own business. Signed another agreement with AI-based company at Austin, Texas in the US. 2 AI patents to train their AI with a view to aid in one-on-one's mission to develop AI for teaching and coaching and learning. Participates in a pilot project with an international development association to deliver Spanish lessons to students and others. Resolve IT, a local award-winning managed technology solution provider, signed of 1-year renewable ICT management contract with a financial institution out of Trinidad. We went to Trinidad. I used to hear that they have problems, and I know companies, maybe in the Senate, may have had problems. Well, let me tell you, Minister Gopiskun has been so gracious. I know you know that when we went there, open all the doors and Resolve It has contracts there. They have in Canada. Optimity Group, another big one that does the billing for Carnival and other ticketing places. They went to Dominican Republic. They get business out of it. They signed an MOU for software for Carnival mass distribution in Trinidad. Dairy Industries of Jamaica, one of our Grace Kennedy subsidiaries. We went there. Shulette Cox is here, the head of JAMPRO, arranged for them. There she is. Arranged for Dairy Industries of Jamaica Limited. Yes, former chairman, Webby knows her well. And Shulette arranged, and something that was outstanding for a long time is now pretty much resolved. The same thing for Jamaica Broilers Group. After all these years, and because of our trip there, Best Dressed Chicken is being sold to Trinidad. But, Mr. President, we're doing other things as well. The MSME road shows, we have planned 4 of those. When we go away, we give at least 2 prizes each time for 300,000. The PS I know is working on more money. And where I went yesterday to speak, PS, I think you can get some sponsorship there. Cadian should be informing you as to how you can approach. So we go out and we take all 20 agencies with us. We line them up around the room and say, ordinary Jamaicans, come talk to them, because they're not coming into no jumper office. And when I used to run the bank, I know so many people won't come into the bank. So it's when you have an institution like that, so we're taking the agency and the ministry to the ordinary Jamaican people. Ordinary Jamaican people. In Mandeville, in Montego Bay, in Ocherius, in Kingston, and then across the smaller places in the country. We have worked this out with IDB. IDB gives us $250,000 US. We work with other sponsors, and Senator Webby, my permanent secretary, knows you well. We work with other sponsors to make sure that we get incentives to bring them in. We say, bring your wares and show us what you have. We put you on radio. We put you on social media. They get to meet other people who they wouldn't know. Another plus of those trips I take. I saw Jamaicans living here for all this time, never knew each other until we got on the plane or we got into the reception that we'd hold in New York or Guyana. And business in Jamaica grew from those meetings. I saw business being done. So all around, that's being done. We're doing that for the MSME, that they can't do this that we take them on the trips. But we're building them in 5, 7, 10 years. They will be on the stock market, if not before, and they will be exporting in 2 or 3. They don't need now to be on the stock market to export. I have people every lunchtime, some young people, some of them I know, go to DHL, bring them packages, send it off on Amazon, and them exporting. And this government, Mr. President, has not been picky and mean-minded about it. We understand Minister Clark has to get all the taxes he has to get, but there's no issue. We want people to grow. And so there's no issue there about now going run after them and find the taxes in time. When they get registered at the company's office and they're on the stock exchange, they're going to pay a lot of taxes. We want them to pay taxes at that time. So, Mr. President, the ministry is doing all that, but we're doing more. You know, right through the pandemic, we have something called productive input relief. It's a great deal, Mr. President. If you're in a business and you're manufacturing, this is what we do. We say, you have to fill out the arrangement, let us know, the PS at the ministry, and we work with the Ministry of Finance, and we collaborate with a whole heap of people. And this is a good time to say, great work by Minister Bartlett for bringing all those tours Doris people. We're back to better than 2019. Great work for the BPO people who work right through and keep growing, and so on. The people who run health, Minister Tufton, all of them. But here is what we do at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. We give you this benefit. You don't pay the customs duty. You don't pay taxes. So let us say, Mr. President, on your raw material and machinery. So let's say you get an average of 20% benefit off. In 2022, we gave the PIR, the Productive Input Relief, of totaling 109.29 million. Now, if the tax rate that they would pay, let's say it's 20, maybe more sometimes, 20%, that measures out, when you do the reciprocal, if you don't, Senator Crawford can just explain the reciprocal for me. It's a big word I learned when I walked past KC and coming to Kingston. So yeah, if you divide the amount that we give in tax by 0.20, the amount you get is 546 million. That's the amount of goods and machinery coming based on that. So over the 3-year period, from 2021, bad year, 2022, and now just up to a part of this year, we have given a total amount of benefit that would come out to about 1.4 billion. $1.4 billion worth of benefit. Mr. President, this administration, me check the match before me come in here, man, because me know him going to check me. No. I have respect for him. I'm not the only one who have respect. You know, people over there have respect as well. Now him have seat. So, Mr. President, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm being obstructed, I need protection to finish my... Mr. President, when you look at that, this JLP administration, led by the most Honorable Andrew Holness, is building Jamaica for all Jamaicans. Not just up in ours. So, Mr. President, as I run this down, listen to me now, Senator Scott Motley. Mr. President, all the PNP's cascas, self-flagellation, sometimes publicly, fake news, numerous misrepresentations, and relentless mudslinging. Here is the truth about where we are today in Jamaica. They're all there, my friend. But you don't want me to stay all day. We have great news all day. The murder rate is down, forget the percent, by 141 people. It's a whole heap. Down last year to this. Imagine how ungracious to say that we would be running up murders. We don't do that over here. On this side, we work to bring down murders and build lives. On employment, Mr. President, new jobs are at the highest level, and unemployment is at a record low historical level of 4.5%. That's a whole heap of good news. The Andrew Holness administration has fixed and built more police stations than almost any other government in this country. Whole heap of them. Debt to GDP continues to go down from 147 when you had it. Down, okay? Standard and, yes, bring it down, tap it, 77%. Standard & Poor's has given us the highest credit rating ever. We're just a little bit below investment grade. That's great, and we're the best emerging market paper on the market. Even exports, Mr. President, year on year is up 37%. We need to see that going. And the Andrew Holness administration has still not borrowed any money in the low-cut market and have not raised $1 of taxes in 7 years. That is amazing. So how we do that, Mr. President? The Prime Minister has led his cabinet to follow a very disciplined, intentional, and targeted approach to the economic and social management of this wonderful country called Jamaica. That's how we have done it. Mr. President, the Andrew Holness administration is building Jamaica for all Jamaicans. Jamaicans broadly agree that the JLP's government is the best administration to manage the affairs of this country, bar none, if it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you.
Export up, John Purdue, its work.
Thank you, Senator Hill. You finished? Thank you very much, Minister Hill. Minister Johnson-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I wish to also thank Senator Hill for his presentation today, and in particular for sharing with us in a very understandable and tangible way that a forward-leaning, practical and growth-minded minister such as himself can ensure that government does in fact open doors for small businesses, open doors and allow for markets to be created, and that this is how for the first time we're actually seeing a needle move on our trade deficit and on our growth figures in that regard. Was it 37%? 37%. I'm contextualizing the very important information.
You're bad man, Peter.
And I must say that I had the privilege of sharing diaspora space with Senator Hill. He joined me at one of our engagements at the consulate, and some of his business people came, including Mr. Allen, where I met him. And I want to just say again how inspiring it is to understand these new models, how they fit into a growth mindset for Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yes.
And no doubt when you are closing the debate, you'll bring all of these things.
Save that I don't close the debate, but Mr. President, I want to just say that when you hear for yourself as well, you too will be inspired about how it is that we're transforming not only business, but facilitating the transformation of education.
I'm inspired.
Yes. So that being said, Mr. President.
Very good, Dee.
Thank you. We're working together. We're working together. We're working together. Thank you very much. It's about a whole team approach, Mr. President, and in the interest of Jamaica. And I now rise, Mr. President, to pilot the Act to repeal and replace the Bail Act and to provide for connected matters. Because, of course, this is the thing. As you're dealing with your costs and you're dealing with your revenue, you also need to deal with your security environment. It's one of the things that you also have to deal with, because it is a cost and a constraint on not only growth, but on our sense of social well-being as a country. So, Mr. President, this bill that we have before us is one of I would say, one of the more consequential and wide-reaching pieces of legislation that this Senate will debate. And it does concern one of the fundamental rights that this Senate, or rather that Jamaicans enjoy, and that is in our free and democratic society. The right to freedom is one that is particularly embraced, but also inextricably linked are the considerations that must be made in an effort to strike a balance between the freedom of a particular person to move and the duty of a state to curtail that person's right in order to protect and guarantee the rights of other members of our society, and in particular, the right to life and liberty and security. The right to life, which we have said in this Senate many times, is a principal right which the state has a duty to protect. So we note the fact that the right to bail rests on the principle that persons are presumed to be innocent until proved or until they have pled guilty when charged with a criminal offense. But this is procedural. This is part of a process and not a matter of fact per se. So we are doing what we can in this legislative space to ensure that we find the best balance in respect of these rights that must be managed within the constitutional framework that we have and within the legal framework which we have. So members would recall that prior to the enactment of the Bail Act of 2000, the issuance of bail or granting of bail was guided by common law principles, and the policy considerations that informed the Bail Act of 2000, which is what is in place now, were to preserve the constitutionally provided right of every individual to liberty, to legislate the procedures to be followed when determining bail applications, to ensure uniformity in the application of discretion to grant bail, to statutorily establish the right of the individual to bail, and to provide for exceptional circumstances where the right to bail might be abrogated. So the Bail Act was brought into force in what was then said to be the context of a burgeoning murder rate, a proliferation of illegally held firearms, and an increasing level of gun violence. And in fact, not too long thereafter, the then Chief Justice made calls, this is in 2005, for tougher rules for bail in serious crimes in response to what he was then recognizing as a higher crime rate, intimidations of witnesses, and commission of offenses by persons who had been released on bail. So this was 2005. There was no legislative response to that Chief Justice's call until 2010, where the then government enacted 6 acts cumulatively referred to as the anti-crime bills. And among them were the Bail Amendment Act 2010 and the Bail Interim Provisions for Specified Offences Act 2010. And they were passed with a view to making provision for the extended detention of persons apprehended, arrested, or charged with specified offenses. So of course, as members would be aware, the Constitutional Court found that despite the noble objectives of reducing crime, among other reasons, the acts were problematic constitutionally in that they had the ultimate effect of removing the entitlement to bail. So not only has the government ensured that the concerns of the Constitutional Court raised back then have been considered closely, but that we recognize that the constitutional and legislative framework has changed since then. For example, since then, the Charter of Rights, the Chapter 3, has been included in the Constitution. That happened in 2011. The Child Care and Protection Act was enacted again after 2004, and it established a Children's Court and repealed the Juvenile Act, and both were impacted by the well, both are related to the issue of bail, both impact on it. So the entire framework having changed, and there having been a circumstance where the Constitutional Court considered the matter of bail, all of that learning and all of those developments were put before a joint select committee, which had a robust and extensive discussions on the matter of bail. And not only were adjustments made to the initial bill that was laid before the Joint Select Committee. And both sides, I understand, worked collaboratively with the technical teams, and again, in robust engagement. There were differences of opinion, and there was even a stage at which a minority report was being considered, although not proceeded with. Time was given for consideration by the Leader of the Opposition, if I recall correctly, expressly when the bill was tabled in the lower house, for him to give his own view, and that was done. And from what I understand from all accounts, what is here before us is now a bill that reflects the concerns of both sides, as well as the effort to ensure that the fundamental issues that had been raised from back in 2005 by then Chief Justice, that they now have an opportunity to be addressed, because they still have not been. So we're now experiencing, as Senator Hill just mentioned, a downward trend in all major crimes. And this is partly due to legislative work, such as the Modernized Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Amendment Act 2021, commonly called the anti-gang legislation. That again was a situation where an act had been implemented, but it was not working in the way that it was anticipated. It was amended in 2021 in order to make it effective, and this is the one under which we now have had the major prosecutions. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but this is to say that it is important. It is important. No, but it's across. So you did the first bill, and then it was amended. So it's a progression, and together we will build a better and safer Jamaica, and that's how we should be working. So the point being that work has been done in the legislative arena in order to deliver better results or deliver better tools for our investigators, for our prosecutors, and indeed to balance the rights and human rights of the defendants in these matters. But issues like intimidation and extortion and interference with and obstruction of justice, these things exist. And it is therefore important that we deal with the matter of bail. And I know Senator Samuda will share a bit more with us on the matter of that issue of crime. Mr. President, the bill before us represents an overhaul of bail legislation after a review of, let me just itemize, not only the existing law and the past law, but with the following considerations also firmly before us. Internationally accepted best practices, changes which have taken place in our society, and the unavoidable scale and characteristics of criminal conduct in Jamaica. So with that context, I will now undertake a clause-by-clause analysis of the bill. I'll try to take us through, which I hope will result in a shorter committee, given that a lot of the policy issues have been thrashed out at the Joint Select Committee stage. But again, why Senator Hill spoke first was to allow parties who have views that they wish to extend, to contribute on the bill, to so do, because it is an important one, and we are really committed to getting it through all its stages today. It's already having sat in the chamber over the summer recess and having had an extensive debate in the lower house. Mr. President, Clause 1, of course, recites the Short Title Act as the Bail Act 2023 of the Act, and Clause 2 sets out defined terms used throughout the bill, some of which were previously included in the 2000 Act, but some new ones have been added. So the term arrested is now being defined to include apprehended, and this term is used to ensure consistency of this law with the Constabulary Force Act, to make it clear that the use of the term apprehended in that act encompasses the arrest of individuals who have been taken into custody by a constable. A child is now defined as a person under the age of 18 years, in keeping with the definition in the CCPA, and this change removes the previous distinction between a child of 14 years and a young person who is between the ages of 14 and 17 years. A deciding official, again, this is a new term, it's an umbrella term that has been introduced to refer to the persons empowered in the Act to make decisions concerning the grant of bail, such as a constable, a justice of the peace, or a judge. And a defendant now has the broadened definition to include not only a person charged with or convicted of an offense, but to also include a person who has been arrested or detained but not yet charged. And this is because of the expanded scope, and that's where one of the major changes of this bill lies in terms of the availability of bail. A judge is now, of course, defined to include the judge of a parish court, to reference the fact that both RM courts and magistrates have had their names changed under the Judicature Resident Magistrates Amendment and Change of Name Act 2016, so that now they are judges of the parish court. And Mr. President, these are really the critical new definitions that are found to flow through the Act, the bill. Clause 3 recognizes the application of the Act to the grant of bail to a defendant, and it makes it clear that the grant of bail to a child is to be determined in keeping with the Child Care and Protection Act. Mr. President, Clause 4 affirms a defendant's entitlement to bail in a context, or rather in the context that they're entitled to be granted bail by a deciding official in keeping with the power to grant bail conferred on a deciding official by the Act or by any other law. So it makes it clear that it is contextualizing this right and not making it an outright one, given what the Constitution states, the right as it sits within the Constitution without amendment, but recognizing that there can be lawful abridging of that right, and this Act gives the parameters for same. Clause 5 addresses the question of when and by whom bail is to be decided. And Mr. President, for the first time, the question of bail will be determined on the passage of this Act at 3 stages of criminal proceedings. Previously, it could only be determined at 2 stages. That is, either after the defendant was charged with an offense or after a defendant is convicted of an offense. But now, in addition to those 2 stages, provision is now being made for the question of bail to be determined after a defendant is arrested or detained, but before he is charged, where more time is needed to prefer charges. And the criteria for the grant of bail is detailed in Clause 6. So we know that this is where the hub of some of the differences that had come between both sides, because I believe the opposition had a concept of, was it pre-detention bail or pre-charge bail? I can't remember. They're both so similar that I keep getting confused as to which one was put forward and which one is actually reflected in this Act. But the criteria for the grant of bail is defined in Clause 6. Also, for the first time, Mr. President, provision is being made for the period within which a deciding official must make a decision regarding the question of bail. So the provision serves to ensure that a defendant does not languish in custody indefinitely. And this is an issue that clearly we have seen in heartbreaking cases that have come to the government's knowledge and to the knowledge of the public. And therefore, there are things that have been done administratively. I'm sure we can hear more about those, but also that's Clause 5.1. May throw, but the Clause 5.1a stipulates that the question of bail must be considered within 48 hours after the arrest or detention of a defendant on reasonable grounds that the defendant has committed an offense listed in Part 1 of the schedule, and the defendant has not yet been charged, as more time is needed to prefer charges, except that where an identification parade is to be conducted, and this is now subclause 3, and I will come to that shortly, provides that the defendant is to be brought before the judge between 120 hours after arrest or detention. 120 hours after arrest or detention. So this is intended to deal with that vexed issue of the conversion of intelligence into evidence, and how it is that the police deal with the realities of our criminal network in Jamaica, of the criminal network in Jamaica, how they operate, and the difficulties and intimidation tactics that are used to prevent people from coming forward in communities to say what they know, so that it is not, sometimes when we have the discussions around data and evidence, all of which are absolutely critical to a functioning justice system, sometimes they ignore the reality. And a legislative framework must work for the society that you have. It cannot work for the society that you wish you had. It must ensure that there are practical tools that our security forces and our prosecution teams and defense counsel as well are able to work with to ensure that there's an appropriate balance between rights and reality in the bringing down of our crime rate and the prosecution of cases. So, Mr. President, I may have digressed a bit, but in the case of a defendant who has been charged, Clause 5.1b then provides that the question of bail is to be considered within 48 hours of the defendant being brought into custody as a result of being charged. So you have 48 hours in any circumstance, and there is a wider circumstance of 120 hours after arrest or detention, so that's essentially 5 days, if it is that it is demonstrated that there is a need for more time before charges can be preferred. So this period of time was found within the Joint Select Committee and on the technical advice to be reasonable in the circumstances. And I'm sure there are those who think it is too short and those who think that it is too long, because clearly we have competing efforts in a matter such as bail. Mr. President, Clause 5.1c provides that where the defendant is convicted of an offense other than one listed in Part 2 of the first schedule, and the defendant was out on bail immediately before conviction, that the question of bail will be considered after he applies for it. So, Mr. President, Clause 5.2 indicates that the deciding official who is empowered to determine the question of bail at these 3 stages of criminal proceedings, that is, if the decision is being made after the defendant is arrested or detained but before charge, in which case the deciding official may be a justice of the peace or a constable at or above the rank of superintendent. So after arrest but before charge, it must be a JP or a constable at or above the rank of superintendent. So it cannot be a junior constable who makes that decision. Similarly, if the decision is being made after the defendant is charged, the deciding official is a constable, a JP, or a judge, which this would be the normal circumstance. But if the offense is listed in Part 2 of the first schedule, then the deciding official must be a judge. And then if the decision is being made after conviction, the deciding official may either be the judge who convicted the defendant or a judge of the Court of Appeal. As you know only too well, Mr. President, there have been occasions where an accused person has been held for extended periods on the basis that an identification parade was to be conducted. And provision is now being made in 5.3 that where there is to be an identification parade, it must be conducted within the 120 hours of the arrest or detention of the defendant. And in the event that the identification parade is not held within that time, then the matter must be referred to a judge no later than 48 hours after the elapsing of that 120-hour period. And the judge at that point, given the circumstances, will either specify further time for the conduct of the ID parade, or he may make such other order as he sees fit. And again, this is about balancing the rights in the circumstances of the case and ensuring that cases come up so that there is no sort of, there is a concerted and continuous awareness of persons who are in the justice system against whom cases are being brought, so that the system must work in a way that's continuous and persons must not be allowed to slip through the cracks. And so that works for all parties. It means that you can't just say you need to investigate more. You have to actually do the investigations within that time and prove why your investigations have not been able to yield the results that you had hoped they would have. And these are matters that the judge will consider, depending, again, based on whether you're dealing with a Schedule 1 offense or Schedule 2 offense. Mr. President, Clause 5.4 stipulates that where a defendant is suspected of committing an offense that's relatively minor, so a misdemeanor like unlawful wounding, if he's arrested and detained for 48 hours without charges being preferred, and this is a minor offense, then that defendant is to be released unconditionally. So again, this is one of those circumstances where systems that, the old system that sort of allowed people to languish, that is being removed, and that I think is something that is to be applauded in this bill, which is a balancing factor in the interests of ordinary people. Mr. President, Clause 6 looks at the issue of when and by whom the question of bail is to be decided, and it details the considerations that are to be borne in mind by a deciding official in determining the question of bail. So 6.1 elaborates on the duties set out in 5.1a that I just referred to, that is by a deciding official regarding the grant of bail. In the case of a defendant who's arrested or detained but not yet charged, the bill stipulates that a deciding official, who again can either be a justice of the peace or constable, at or above the rank of superintendent, may decide the question of bail within a period of 48 hours after the defendant is arrested, and upon expiry of that period, limited for the question of bail to be determined under 5.1a. So where bail is not granted, a constable must bring the defendant before a judge of the parish court within 48 hours. If, however, Mr. President, the judge denies bail, he must specify the time within which the defendant is to be brought back before a judge of the parish court to have the question of bail reconsidered. 6.62 provides important guidance to a deciding official by setting out the factors to be considered as to whether bail should be granted where a defendant has been charged. And these depend on whether or not the offense is punishable with imprisonment or not. If the offense is not punishable by imprisonment, Clause 6.2a stipulates that bail is to be granted unless it appears, A, to the deciding official that the defendant has failed to surrender when previously granted bail, and there are reasonable grounds for believing he would fail to surrender if granted bail. It is for his own protection or for his own welfare in the case of a child, or the defendant is in custody because of the sentence of a court on another matter or of any other authority acting under the Defense Act, or if the defendant is arrested for absconding even after being released on bail or in relation to other proceedings in relation to the offense. So really critical, you know, sometimes you hear about people committing crimes when they're out on bail, they're committing murder when they're out on bail, and we ask why and how does this happen? It is hoped that this bill will ensure that judges' minds are focused on this issue and they are given clear powers to exercise a right in the interest or exercise their duty or their discretion in the interest of the safety and security of the country. Mr. President, in the case of a defendant who is charged for an offense that is punishable by imprisonment, Clause 6.2b provides that the deciding official must grant bail unless there is sufficient cause for holding the defendant in custody after considering whether A, there are grounds for believing that the defendant would fail to surrender to custody, commit an offense on bail, or interfere with witnesses or otherwise obstruct the course of justice, whether in relation to himself or any other person, if he were released on bail. If it is the first time that bail is being considered, this is something that they have to consider as well. And it has not been practicable to obtain sufficient information to make a decision whether the defendant's case is adjourned for inquiries, which can't practically be completed unless the defendant is in custody. So again, dealing with this wider understanding of what it is that this person would be doing if they were out. But again, information and intelligence versus evidence. So it is allowing a broader consideration by the judge, but again, with a balance and within parameters. And of course, if the defendant is arrested for absconding, either after being released on bail or in relation to proceedings for the offense of absconding, if the defendant is alleged to have committed an offense while on bail, if the defendant is in custody because of the sentence of a court, acting under the Defense, or any authority acting under the Defense Act, and again in the event of a child, if for his own protection or welfare. Mr. President, Clause 6.3 sets out the factors to be considered so that the deciding official may determine if he is satisfied that there are grounds for believing that the defendant will fail to surrender to custody, commit an offense on bail, or interfere with witnesses or otherwise obstruct under 6.2b1. Mr. President, in this case, in this bill rather, some of the grounds set out in 4.2 of the existing law have been retained with some modification, and in the case of a repeat offender, this bill now considers whether the defendant has been convicted of an offense punishable with imprisonment on any previous occasion instead of the 3 previous occasions as is now required. So right now, they would have to consider whether they had been imprisoned, whether the offender had been imprisoned on 3 previous occasions, but now there's a wider consideration of previous convictions. And this change is an important one, Mr. President, which is intended to reflect the policy position of sending a strong message that recidivism will be treated seriously. So, Mr. President, in addition, the health of the defendant is a ground in its own right, and the defendant's mental health profile, and in particular whether the defendant's mental state renders it likely that danger is posed whether to the person or to any person. This is a discrete ground that may be considered. So, Mr. President, the judge may also consider the need for preserving public order and the likelihood of the threat to public order should the defendant be released on bail, the need for preventing crime and the likelihood the defendant will commit an offense while released, and whether the defendant is in the same household or community as a victim or witness to the offense, whether or not the witness has given or will give evidence in relation to the offense, and the sense of peace and security of the public or among members of any household or community will be undermined or jeopardized by the release of the defendant on bail. Also, Mr. President, any evidence that a firearm was used in the commission of the offense and that the defendant came into possession of the firearm unlawfully, or that the firearm is a prohibited weapon. And again, this is reflective of the policy position to send a strong message in respect of illegal firearms, firearms being used in the commission of other offenses, recognizing our high level of murders and shootings, and that there must be a greater consideration by the judiciary of these matters. And where it is that ordinary people or legislators, when I raise issues around whether it is dissatisfaction with sentences that don't seem to deliver a sense of justice or decisions on bail, that people don't feel that they're being made safer, that we're told, well, you are in the Senate, you are a legislator, change the laws if you believe that the law that's being applied is not one which delivers the justice that as a policy position must be delivered. And that, I believe, is one of the very important elements of thought behind this bill and the policy position. So, Mr. President, as I had alluded to earlier, the Constitution provides that any person awaiting trial and detained in custody shall be entitled to bail on reasonable conditions unless sufficient cause is shown for keeping him in custody. So the Constitution provides not only for bail, but it provides for keeping him in custody if it is that sufficient cause is shown. It is not like an act that constrains bail is in and of itself unconstitutional. So this is the context within which this is going forward as well. Clause 6.4 is consistent with this provision in stipulating that the deciding official may treat as sufficient grounds for keeping a defendant in custody where A, the defendant is charged with capital murder and self-defense does not arise in the prosecution's case, so this is another limb which the deciding official can take into consideration, and B, where the offense is murder and was committed within a zone of special operation, an area under state of public emergency, or within which a cordon is established or even a curfew imposed. The deciding official must also be satisfied that the conviction is likely having regard to the strength of the evidence that the defendant committed the offense. Mr. President, 6.5 underscores the defendant's constitutional right to a fair hearing by an independent and impartial court established by law, and it provides that where the fact of a previous conviction is taken into account, the offense to which the application relates is to be tried before a different judge. So again, this bill is seeking to balance rights. Mr. President, where a defendant is convicted, he has been found guilty and is not entitled to the presumption of innocence. In this context, therefore, his right to liberty may be rightfully withdrawn. However, Clause 6.7 still provides that in the case of a defendant who has been convicted, a judge may still grant bail, an application for bail, if satisfied that there are exceptional circumstances to justify it. So the bill does not set out exceptional circumstances because they are going to depend on the facts of the case and the particulars of the convicted person, which may be, for example, something like a severe health condition, which might require hospitalization or other kind of care. Mr. President, Clause 7, so this again, just to make the point that this is not an inhumane bill, but it does seek to work more concertedly with our realities. Mr. President, Clause 7 deals with the extension of the period of release on bail or unconditional release of a defendant who has not been charged. So where a defendant who is released on bail after being arrested and detained before being charged is not charged after 6 months, Clause 7.1 provides that he must be released unconditionally. And the court may extend the 6-month period for a further 6 months under 7.2, where an inter partes application is made by a constable to a senior judge of the parish court or any other judge appointed by the senior judge. And in considering whether bail should be extended, 7.3 provides that the judge is required to consider the grounds on which there's reason to believe the defendant committed the offense, the stage of the investigation so far, and the manner in which they have been conducted, including whether expeditious or within reason, whether further time would enable a charge to be preferred against the defendant or whether it is too uncertain, whether the conduct of the defendant is relevant, the reasons given as to why the defendant has not yet been charged, any conditions of bail imposed on the defendant, and any other factors that the judge considers relevant. So 7.4 empowers the judge to either grant the application and confirm or vary the conditions of bail, and specifying the period not being more than 6 months for which bail is extended, or he may deny the application or order the unconditional release of the defendant. So, Mr. President, Clause 8 now takes us to the conditions for release on bail, and the conditions that may be imposed at the 3 stages of the proceedings are set out in Clause 8. Subclause 1 provides the conditions that may be imposed in respect of the defendant who is arrested and detained but not charged, arrested or detained but not charged. Mr. President, as conditions necessary to ensure that the defendant surrenders to custody, does not commit an offense while on bail, or does not interfere with witnesses or otherwise obstruct the course of justice. So the defendant may be required to report at specified times and dates, to provide surety or pay a bond, not to contact or communicate with witnesses, to inform the officer at the nearest police station before traveling overseas or outside his community if he is permitted to retain that right, and any other condition necessary if the deciding official is a court. And these conditions may be appealed to a senior judge or of the parish court in chambers, and notice must be served on the divisional commander or the commissioner of police in the form set out in the schedule in the event that an appeal is being made. The judge, in considering this application, must weigh the reasonableness of the conditions in the circumstances and may vary or revoke the conditions if satisfied that doing so will not impair the investigation of the offense. In the case of the defendant who is charged or convicted, conditions may be imposed for the same reasons as the defendant arrested and detained but not charged, save that in the case of the defendant who is charged and convicted, the bill does not expressly provide that a condition of bail may be that he refrain from contacting or communicating with witnesses or inform the deciding official when he intends to travel. In addition, it's only in the case of a defendant who is charged or convicted that a curfew or the wearing of an electronic tracking device may be imposed as a condition of bail. Mr. President, 812 provides for an offense in respect of in the event that an offender, a defendant, seeks to remove the electronic tracking device without lawful excuse. And the offense is punishable on summary conviction by a fine not exceeding $1 million or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year or both such fine and imprisonment. And one of the things that I believe needs to be looked at and has been raised, an issue that was raised in the Joint Select Committee but does not seem to have made its way into the bill. And this is the destruction, manipulation, or tampering with it. So not removal, but tampering with it in such a way as to disrupt the operation of the device. Because you may not remove the bracelet, you may not be able to do it, but you may be able to ensure that the signal that it sends is no longer emitted. But that does not seem to have made it into the bill, Mr. President.
So you intend to propose the amendment?
I do, Mr. President. It has been discussed with the CPC and with the LRD. So we will propose that in committee, and that is really the limited scope of it, that this gap that was discussed in Joint Select but doesn't seem to have made it in, that it be addressed. Clause 9, Mr. President, the general provisions relating to bail are set out, and there are general issues in respect of surrender, variation of conditions, subsequent applications, and revocation. Those are dealt with in 9, Mr. President, and I would just make the point that this bill differs from the existing law in 9.3 in that where bail is denied, a new application may be made for bail under 9.3 at any subsequent hearing if there has been a change in circumstances since the last application or new facts have arisen that were not. I think it may have been in common law but not in the bill. So it may have been something happened by operation, but it's now in this bill. Well, if I am advised, I must tell you that I did not do that specific comparison myself, but right. Thank you, Mr. President. But yes, clearly the change in circumstances is something that has been applied, but this is a difference in the bill. And 9.4 provides that the bail granted to a defendant who has been charged with or convicted of an offense may be revoked if the defendant fails to surrender to custody, if the court is satisfied that the defendant has absconded, has breached the condition of bail, that there are reasonable grounds for believing the defendant committed an offense on bail, or the revocation is otherwise justifiable under 6.2b or under 3 or sub 3 or sub 4. Mr. President, in terms of Clause 10 deals with the recording and giving information on decisions concerning bail. It speaks to giving the record to the defendant, to every person providing surety where surety is a condition, and to the prosecution or the police where the defendant is not yet charged but is granted bail before charge. 10.2 also provides expressly that if bail is granted to a defendant by endorsing a warrant of arrest, then the constable who released the defendant is to make a record required under subsection 1 instead of the judge or the justice who issued the warrant. And reasons are also to be given under 10.3 for various reasons, and some of which have already been referenced. Mr. President, 10.4 requires that the deciding official note the reasons for a decision in the prescribed record, and in addition, a copy of these reasons is to be served on the prosecution and the defendant or his representative within 48 hours after the decision is made. Mr. President, in the case of a defendant who is unrepresented, 10.5 requires that he must be informed of the procedure for review under Section 11 or his right of appeal under 12. Clause 11 provides for the review of bail decisions, Mr. President. It states that a bail decision is to be reviewed on the defendant's first appearance, on the application of the defendant in the case of a refusal to grant bail on the first instance, or a decision to impose any condition in granting bail. It is to be reviewed on the application of the prosecution in the case of a decision to grant bail, or the refusal to impose a particular condition which had been recommended. Mr. President, as with subsequent applications for bail, Clause 11.2 departs from the existing law in stipulating that the basis for a review is that there has been a change in the circumstances since the previous decision concerning bail or that new facts have arisen. Mr. President, in addition, a judge is required to conduct reviews every 2 weeks of cases involving defendants granted bail but who were unable to take up the offer. So that the mere fact that you have been unable to secure payment for your bail should not mean that your matter is not put before the court again for a judge to say, what is happening with this man? Has the justices gone to visit this place? And to ensure that no one is lost in the system. So every 2 weeks, a judge should get a list of the cases of defendants granted bail but who couldn't take it up for the matters to be considered by the court. Another change being introduced, Mr. President, is that to facilitate the review of cases of defendants who remain in custody despite being granted bail, and Clause 11.3 provides that the court is to be supplied with a list of those defendants on Monday of each week in respect of the preceding week. So the list is to be prepared by either police in charge of the lockup regarding defendants held in the lockup or the individual responsible in charge, of a correctional institution regarding defendants in the institution. And again, this is about making the changes to the law and to the processes to ensure that our system does not lose people, Mr. President, because we cannot afford, even for those who have committed crimes of a heinous nature, the system must deal with them appropriately and in a humane way. Mr. President, Clause 11.4 provides that on a review, the judge may affirm the decision reviewed, he may grant or refuse bail, impose conditions, or remove or vary conditions of bail. Revoke bail in the case of a review under subsection 1, make such order as appropriate in the case of the unconditional release of a defendant who is arrested or detained but not yet charged under 7.1. Clause 12 deals with the matter of appeal, Mr. President, and I'll just jump over that to reference to the fact that the appeals must be heard by either a judge of the parish court, and that's under 7.4, 10.3, or 11, or to a judge of the Supreme Court in chambers, or a judge of the Supreme Court under sections 10.3 or 11, to a judge of the Court of Appeal in chambers. Mr. President, under 12.2, the prosecution may also appeal to a judge of the Court of Appeal in chambers where the defendant is granted bail by a judge of the parish court or Supreme Court. So that's also very important as well, again, in these circumstances where the public says, but how is this man back out? That kind of, the case that jumps to the front of your mind, Mr. President, that it must be that the prosecution is able to have the matters revisited. Mr. President, 12.3 does, however, require that where the prosecution intends to appeal, they must communicate that decision orally at the conclusion of the proceedings before the defendant is released and submit a written notice within 72 hours of the conclusion of those proceedings in the prescribed form that's given. And once that oral notice is given, the judge is required by 12.4 to remand the defendant in custody until the appeal is determined. So it does have a check and a balance.
So you have the verbal notice of appeal by the prosecution, right? And that is sufficient to remand the accused in custody. In that, if the magistrate says, I'm giving this man's bail, a verbal notice is sufficient to negate that grant initially.
The immediate action on it, right.
And then the prosecution has 72 hours.
Right.
And your technical staff don't consider that a bit high, a bit long?
72 hours?
72 hours.
I think in the circumstances, it was found to be a balanced position.
Okay.
Mr. President, in the event the prosecution fails to file a written notice as required within the period of time, then the grant of bail takes effect immediately. So there is no other process. Once the 72 hours expires, then the bail is to be granted immediately. It is to be effected immediately. Yes. If the written notice is submitted within the 72 hours as required, then it is to be considered, and the person is to be remanded. Well, remember, there's an ongoing period. Grant of bail is to take after 72 hours. And then it must be heard within 120 hours, excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays. Could be. Which is not unreasonable in the general circumstances when you consider that these types of appeals will not be brought lightly. And there are likely to be circumstances where the prosecution feels quite strongly about the person's re-entry into the community and how it will affect investigations that are underway. Mr. President, the judge hearing an appeal may either affirm the previous decision, grant or refuse bail, or vary or remove any condition, as is with normal circumstance. Mr. President, Clause 13 deals with absconding, the circumstances of absconding, and Clause 14 deals with the liability to arrest for absconding and breaching conditions of bail. Mr. President, Clause 15 deals with bail with surety. That is in respect of the securing of his surrender to, well, the different conditions that apply to surety. And Mr. President, maybe I would just deal with the surety just a little bit before I move on to Clause 16, because it is a little involved, and that is the Clause 16 deals with forfeiture of security or recognizance. The sureties, Mr. President, dealt with under 15, applies where the defendant is granted bail on condition that a surety is provided to secure his surrender to custody. Where the defendant is required to provide a surety as a condition of bail, Clause 15.3 stipulates that regard shall be had to the proposed surety's profession, occupation, trade or business, character, and any previous convictions, and, if any, and proximity, whether kinship, place of residence, or otherwise, to the defendant, and their capacity to supervise the conduct of the defendant and to ensure the defendant's appearance in court when required. Mr. President, this is again one of these situations where we're trying to deal with the society which we have. Codify the common law, absolutely, and deal with the circumstances before us. So in addition, Mr. President, a proposed surety is not to be refused unless he is exempt under subsection 2, and there's this list of exempt persons is provided in Part 1 of the 5th schedule, or the deciding official is of the opinion that he is otherwise unsuitable to act as surety. So 15.4 requires that a surety make a declaration in the prescribed form, and he must adhere to the directions imposed regarding the conditions of the defense bail and ensure that the defendant appears in court when required. The surety is also required by Clause 15.5 to obtain a declaration as to his identity and good character, and there's again a form provided for this. And this declaration is to be made by a justice of the peace, a member of the JCF not below the rank of sergeant, a minister of religion, or a principal of an educational institution except a primary school. Mr. President, in addition to the two declarations, 15.6 provides that a recognizance of surety in accordance with subsections 4 and 5 in the form set out in Part 4 of the 5th schedule may be entered onto a person as specified by the deciding official in the prescribed record. However, if a person was not specified, then A, if the deciding official is a constable, JP, or judge of the parish court, the recognizance may be made before any judge or clerk of the parish court. And B, if the deciding official is a judge of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal, then the recognizance may be entered into before any of the persons specified in paragraph A, or where the rules of court otherwise provide before such other person. Mr. President, 15.7 stipulates that where a surety seeks to enter into a recognizance in accordance with sub 6, but it is declined because that person, as specified by the deciding official, is dissatisfied with the suitability of the surety, then the surety may apply to the deciding official who had fixed the amount of the recognizance or the parish court in which he resides to take the recognizance. The deciding official may take the recognizance if he's satisfied of the surety's suitability. But where pursuant to sub 7, the recognizance is entered into before a deciding official, other than the deciding official that set the amount, 15.8 provides that the recognizance is to have full force and effect as entered into before that deciding official. Mr. President, 15.9 provides that where bail is granted, but the defendant cannot be released because he has no surety or suitable surety is not available, Then the deciding official must fix the amount in which the surety is to be bound, and the recognizance may be entered into later in accordance with sub 6 and 7. Accordingly, the deciding official may reduce the amount of the recognizance to facilitate the release of the defendant on bail. So this is where it's appropriate that the person may be released subject to these conditions. Mr. President, 1510 provides that it's an offense for someone who makes a declaration under this clause knowing that it is false, and he's liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding $3 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. So again, this is dealing with some of the challenges that our system has to address. Mr. President, provision is made for the defendant to act as his own surety. 1511 provides for this. He must provide proof of the requisite assets, and he must be able to demonstrate, of course, that he's been offered bail but is unable to provide suitable surety within a period considered reasonable. And it is unlikely that he will be sentenced to imprisonment. In these circumstances also, it must be considered whether the defendant is unlikely to abscond or commit an offense while on bail. As I indicated before, 16, Mr. President, deals with forfeiture of security.
Can I just ask a question? At one time, there was much talk about professional bondsmen. We did not look into this. We did not consider it here.
Well, it's not provided for.
No, I'm just asking if was it considered.
I don't think it was an issue. I think the issue here was about ensuring that the conditions of bail and surety
I'm just saying
can be
that
enforced rather than the creation of an industry. No.
At one time, because there's somebody in the Jamaican system called a bailman, referred to in the United States as a bondsman, but is really a bailman.
Right.
So
the issue
that
is
was
not here
considered.
whether there's a bailman or a bondsman, but anybody who provides surety must be within this.
I understand.
Yes.
I just wondered if it was considered.
Yes.
But Mr. Sinclair is saying no.
No, that it wasn't. If it was not considered deeply or favorably, indeed. Mr. President, 17 addresses the release of surety or refund of payment, circumstances in which that will occur, and Clause 18 deals with prohibition of an agreement to indemnify surety. So any person who would seek to profit from standing surety for a defendant will not be permitted to so do, because by making it an offense for a person to offer or agree to indemnify a surety against the possibility of loss arising from the absconding of a defendant. And 18.2 provides that the offense is committed regardless of whether or not the agreement is made before or after the person agreed to act as surety, whether or not the person to be indemnified becomes surety, or the offer contemplates compensation in money or money's worth. And lastly, Mr. President, 18.3 provides that the offense is to be punishable by a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding a year. Mr. President, Clause 19, again affecting the business model, is that property is not to be used concurrently as consideration for surety. So, as you know, Mr. President, it is not unusual that as a condition of bail, security must be provided. However, that condition is of no benefit if the security cannot be realized. And so, Mr. President, this bill seeks to address this issue in Clause 19. And if you just allow me to take a seat. Thank you. Mr. President, 19.1 provides that the prior approval of the court would be required where property approved as security for acting as sureties to be used for multiple defendants. An offense is committed where a person contravenes this clause. 19.2 also provides that this offense is punishable on summary conviction in the parish court by a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding a year. And 19.3 sets out how the court decides to approve the use of property as security for more than one defendant. And in considering whether to grant such approval, the court must consider the sufficiency of the value of the property in relation to the securities that are concerned. Mr. President, Clause 20 empowers the minister to declare any facility to be a bail center to facilitate the attendance of child offenders released on bail. and the declaration is made by order, which must be published in the Gazette. The clause also provides that in clause 22, sub 2, that any facility that was a bail center under the Bail Act 2000 is deemed to automatically be a bail center under this act. Clause 21 empowers the minister to make regulations generally for giving effect to the provisions here. And under 21.2 to amend any of the schedules or monetary penalties imposed by the act by order subject to affirmative resolution. Clause 22 provides for the repeal of the Bail Act, and Clause 23 provides for amendments to other enactments. Consequential amendments being made to the Constabulary Force Act, the Judicature Parish Courts Act, the Justices of the Peace Jurisdiction Act, the Larceny Act, and the Towns and Communities Act. These amendments are being made to ensure that those laws are consistent with this law. Mr. President, amendments are to be made to sections 24, 25, and 50F of the Constabulary Force Act. 24 is to be amended by deleting the words "on a charge of murder, treason, or treason felony," which are to be replaced with "on a charge for A, murder, treason, or treason felony," or B, any offense under the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation Act involving the unlawful manufacture of, dealing in, acquisition of, possession of, or use of a prohibited weapon as defined under Section 2 of the Act. Again, this is about sending that message about illegal firearms. Section 25 is to be amended by deleting the words "after being so required." 50F, 3A, and B are to be amended by deleting the words 24 and replacing them with 48. So this is the number of hours within which someone must be produced for bail. 67 of the Judicature Parish Courts Act is amended by inserting the words "any issue concerning the matter of bail" after the words "witness" or "prisoner." And amendments are also to be made to sections 32 and 50 of the JP Jurisdiction Act. 32 will insert the words, and I quote, "including determining the question of bail in accordance with the Bail Act," after the words, quote, "according to law." And section 50 is to be amended by inserting the words "in accordance with the Bail Act" after the word bail. Mr. President, section 34 of the Larceny Act is to be amended by replacing the words "in that behalf shall be guilty of a felony and on conviction thereof liable to imprisonment with hard labor for any term not exceeding 7 years" with, I quote, "in that behalf commits a felony and shall be liable on conviction therefore before a parish court to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or before a circuit court to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years. And lastly, Mr. President, sections 19, 20, 24, and 25 of the Towns and Communities Act are to be amended in each case to insert the words "in accordance with the Bail Act" after the word bail. Mr. President, there are 5 schedules to which I have referred during my presentation. They include various forms which are to be used within this new system. And Mr. President, it is in this context that I will close this debate, or rather close my opening of the debate and open the floor for contributions by both sides on this very important bill at this time. Thank you, Mr. President, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. Senator Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Memorandum of Objectives and Reasons as stated for this bill on page 46. It states, and I quote, that a decision has been taken to enact legislation to repeal and replace the Bail Act, having regard to the fact that the existing act was enacted prior to the amendments to the fundamental rights and freedoms, provisions contained in Chapter 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica. The need for new provisions to address circumstances peculiar to Jamaica and the need for greater clarity in certain provisions of the existing Act. The bill seeks to give effect to that decision and to effect consequential amendments to other enactments. Mr. President, in particular, the first objective, as in due to the fact that the bill was enacted before the fundamental rights and freedoms, would suggest that the direction of this bill would have been in the reverse. That the fundamental rights and freedoms, this improvement was necessary because the first one came before the Charter of Rights. Then this one should be seeking to improve upon or to ensure those rights that have been established in the Charter. To the contrary, this bill is making it more difficult for a person to attain some of those rights that have been established, one of which is the right to liberty and certain freedoms. You see, where we are is that we are also looking at what is established here as to circumstances peculiar to Jamaica. And one would presume that the high crime rate, in particular murder, are those circumstances for which we are discussing. And there is none among us that are not aware, concerned, and seeking solutions for that particular reality that seem to have no ebb, no border, no limit. The people in the streets will say it doesn't know it's limited. But even children more and more are becoming victims, intentional victims of these activities. Parents and females are becoming more intentional. Just this last week, there is a report of a double murder of 2 females, one of which recently returned to the island. There was a report of about 3 children in the last month. And there was reports of a family, including a child, that was murdered. And in communities that we were not used to these occurrences, quiet, quote-unquote, communities, suggesting that the criminal effort and activities are getting greater reach as we move forward. Indeed, growing up, one way to avoid the probability of being a victim was to not go to certain places. That has been less in recent times. And another way is to not go at certain times, get home before dark. That have been less. So the general concern within the society, I can understand a government wants to do something immediately. And in wanting to do something immediately, the natural inclination is to be tough on crime. However, one must seek to understand, are these suggestions likely to be effective and efficient in achieving the goals of reducing the level of fear within the society and the level of criminal intent and criminal activities that is coming out. The first concern that I have with this bill is the definition of the defendant. And I was reading Senator Scott Motley, not reading, I was watching a thing on YouTube, and it was saying one of the bases of prejudice, sustaining prejudice, is to define the person you're prejudiced against in a way that is less humane than, so you call, for example, in the case of racial prejudice, the blacks are dogs. And so therefore, because you have now convinced yourself that they're not human, then it is acceptable to treat them in ways that are not, inhumane ways. I'm not, please don't feel I'm saying this is based on racial prejudice. I'm saying that there is a prejudice to those who have not been charged, to then say that the person who is not charged is equally defined as the person who is charged. You see, Senator Webby, instead of saying the suspect or the defendant, what this bill has done is to suggest that the suspect is equally defined as the defendant. The person not yet charged is equally defined as the person that has been charged, and by extension, equal treatment is reasonable. But that cannot be an acceptable approach. Well, first of all, we are not short of paper, so there could be the suspect or the defendant in the bill. We're not short of ink. But because you want to suggest equal treatment, then you do equal definition. We have great concern because the person who is charged, there is sufficient evidence to presume that they might have committed. The person who is not charged, there is not sufficient evidence to presume. You might suspect it to be so. And so therefore, I believe, first of all, that those two definitions should exist. The suspect or the defendant. And so that we can start the conversation that there are two different types of people. The detainee could also be, well, or the defendant. I am saying, I'm not trying to change the term used. I'm trying, it's not the same. The same threshold has not been crossed. And at the point that it is perceived to be the same, that is when we start to accept that the treatment should be the same. The second thing that we have a problem with, I have a problem with, and many within the society may have a problem, in spite of where we are as a society. Because where we are is that by any means necessary. Crime must be stopped by any means necessary. And whenever a society gets to that point, you should be vigilant of unnecessary means. You see, by any means necessary mean you will accept the kitchen sink when the kitchen sink have no impact. That's going on. So we are at any means necessary, but we are saying that bail, the main change I perceive from the current act and the past act, is that now a person who has not been charged, that's why we call it pre-charged, may be detained until sufficient time for a case to be made. I don't believe that that will be effective in helping our criminal situation. And we have, unfortunately, evidence of that ineffectiveness. Because in recent times, under the state of emergency, many persons perceived and defined as violence producers were detained for extended periods of time without charge. And those persons, that detention, that action, has not created a clear rate that they could be charged even after that extended detention. It did not allow for the space for the witnesses to give evidence. It did not allow for the space for the police to create their case. Because my mother said, take sleep, mark death. But we have been given the opportunity to take death, mark death. They were detained. Extended detentions. Without charge. What has been the outcome? We have not seen cases created for reasonable charge. In fact, they have been given wealth through cases against the state. And the taxpayers have to fund that. And if it is true that they are true producers, then that wealth might be used in an opposite direction than the one that we wanted in the first place. So therefore, while I am saying the person whose sufficient evidence exists, and I don't believe that a bill such as this, with impact so extensive, can be dependent on terms such as most and a lot. There need to be more defined methods of analysis. So when...
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, might the Senate sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Members would have heard the question. Thank you, Minister. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Continue, Senator Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you. So we need more objective numbers so that we can analyze the truth behind the probability that the persons are on bail are key perpetrators of the high numbers, a high percent of our high criminal activity. For example, I would like to know of the 1,300 murders last year, Senator Bunting, approximately? Oh, right. I've given them about 1,400 murders last year. Of the 1,400 murders last year, how much of those were perpetrated by persons out on bail? Was it 10%? Was it 50%? Was it 80%? No, I find it improbable for us to find a reasonable answer because the clear-up rate is so low that you clearly don't know who it is. Worse to say it is John Brown who is on bail. So I'm going to go further and say how much suspects were out on bail. And the information that we have is that the vast majority of people on trial for murder go through trial without bail. They said over 80%, Senator Webby, of persons charged for murder either do not receive bail or can't afford bail. So therefore, less than 20% of those who we are saying are key producers are the ones charged for murder. Therefore, the numbers don't seem to be adding up. I then move quickly to a concern in this bill because I've made the point about affordability as to why a bondsman has been outlawed when there are persons who cannot get bail not because the judge don't perceive them to be qualified, but because they, their friends and their families can't afford it. There was a person in recent times, because I visited the station, that they said that they trimmed the girl with locks in the jail. And the police said they didn't trim her, and she was saying that in 4 parts. She had some altercation with the police in a taxi. But the reason she remained detained was that the $9,000 that was offered for her to pay the fine, she could not afford $9,000. And so she was spending, you know, sometimes when you get 30 days or like 10,000 or 30 days or, no, anybody who know the circumstance of our prison, our detention center, our jail, would know that if you say $1 million and you have it, you will come out. So when we have a person who said, well, what do they call it? Let me rub my time, it's because they don't have it. This bill takes away an opportunity for a person with business intent. And we could always say what is the maximum charge and what is the that to protect them. But why outlaw it in this bill? What is the intent of this bill? Is this bill suggesting that those without resources are more likely to be offenders, so any way to keep them, make it better? Because those with resources will be on bail. The same crime, the same circumstance. So you're telling me that if 3 of us, quote unquote, match our works and 1 man father rich, he's out. That's what they call it. Masha works, go do a robbery or whatever. And commit a murder or whatever. Yes, because now they are they're not yet charged. They're not yet right. Yes. These are terms out in the society. And the more the police know these terms, the more we can solve these crimes. So we have this circumstance that is the case. Now, as I said, we have evidence that detention for periods of time has not led to cases being created. But additionally, we have in this bill a suggestion that a person who has not been arrested or charged in Section 7 who has not been charged is on bail. What's the purpose? What's the purpose? If you presume that you need to withhold some people because they're either going to abscond, meaning run away and not show up back for court, or they're going to interfere with the witness or commit some other type of crime through intimidation, or that they are going to impact the conscience of the society, I think one of them was, so that the people feel aggrieved. And that one is of great concern to me, because with social media now, the public, without true information, can easily feel aggrieved. Or whatever the thing is, you put him on bail. Then why you never just leave the man and go make the case? Why? So therefore, you say that you want to make a case. You haven't gotten enough evidence to make this case. You have concluded that this man will not affect your opportunity to make the case because he's on bail. But instead of making him free, you then give him the indignity of having to report to the police station, for example, every day. Or can't go to this place, or can't go to that place, when you have concluded that he cannot affect a case. Because if he could affect the case, he would not have been given bail. You then go further, unfortunately, to suggest that if he does convince the judge that he should get bail, the same prosecutor that is present and also made a case can deny or delay by simply saying, no, I'm going to appeal. The prosecutor is the one that failed. Yet the punishment retains to the person. Now, some of us will say, well, if him charged, maybe that is sufficient. Even the one who has not yet been charged, that is simply a suspect. The prosecution can simply state, I am going to appeal. And up to 7 more days can be there. I'm not sure if I missed it in this bill, but I don't know how much appeal the prosecution can appeal. I don't know if the prosecution is limited to 1 appeal, or if the second time the prosecution can reappeal. That isn't clear. I didn't see it. If it is there, can somebody show me? But I'm saying if the prosecution failed in their first effort, and in speaking to Senator Scott Motley, she says, maybe them get new information. But if they can say so at the time that they're going to appeal, then with the knowledge of that new information, it should be presented at the time. And then the judge should consider that new information. I am only a village lawyer. I watch Suits, and I watch Law and Order. And they say, can I beat you in chambers? I watch news too. But why delay? Now understand this, the circumstance of our prisons, the risk that they face. Let us not forget Mario Dean, who went in for a spliff, came out dead. Let us not forget what is a widely known reality, that non-criminals go into our lockups and come out part of a gang. Let us not forget. So when we put a system in place that a suspect, no, it goes further, where the suspect is being treated as a defendant, that if a firearm is suspected to have been used. Now we say, oh, this is another effort to show that we are serious about guns. We show that we're serious about guns with passing a bill for 15 years automatically. Has it have any ebb in the gun so far? We have not perceived no ebbs in neither the desire nor the use. So we continue along a path that is proven incompetent, proven not to work, because there is political value in being strong. Radam. And Radam don't make nobody afraid. Every video now is a youth with a gun. He's not afraid of Radam. Well, when it comes to the 15 years, when he's caught. But this bill says that if you're suspected to have used a gun, maybe the gun not get found, maybe somebody accuse you of using a gun, that a person out of malice, Senator Bunting, could go to the police station and report that John Tom stick him up or stick her up with a gun and grab her phone. And the police believes that this person may be telling the truth, can then arrest John Tom without any proof, any third party, any evidence of the gun, any corroboration of the facts of the claim. He may, if no space exists in half a tree, might be at a rising and might not get bail. Worse, if God forbid, when he was 15, he was caught with a gun before. Now, this bill adds to that. Road. The bill says that if he did anything before, what the leader of government business say, what, Ray? When you do it over and over again. Recidivism. Sorry. I'm practicing my TH, I'm practicing some of these things. Yes. So now I'm saying the. There. Yes, so recidivism. It assumes not on having been convicted, on having been suspected that your previous life goes with you on the suspicion. So it is creating a place of mischief that an individual without income sufficient, because the previous Bail Act already considered if you were going to run away. The previous Bail Act already considered if you were going to participate in crime. The previous Bail Act considered the level of evidence against you and the likelihood of conviction. Talk to me, real lawyers. I'm a village lawyer. But I accept, but with sufficient evidence. The new Bail Act, without sufficient evidence, is being proposed for the suspect that his previous bail action might make him guilty before proven innocent. I can't accept that to be reasonable. The other reality that we have here is that I said the bondsman already, that he has committed an offense, and I write some things here that I cannot see. Yes, I'm getting there. We make bills, and activists stand alone. I would be more inclined if we had reasonable places for separation. We don't have reasonable places for separation, especially for our men and especially for some of our children, which the Act has defined. And so therefore, because we don't have that ability to separate and to protect, I would presume a judge was given the ability to analyze. The police have a duty to go and create their cases, to build their cases. And if we perceive that there are some among us that needs to be treated differently, then instead of a pre-charge detention, we create a charge that would consider those people that needs to be considered. Madam Leader of Government Business, let me make a carry to you. It is stated by the Minister of Security. Because it is, yes. Because as we do more laws, a person can be charged if a new law comes in under this law, as we do more laws. So I'm going to explain. There are a set of people in this society, the minister says about 400, that are the real perpetrators of murder. That is what they, yes. They call them violence producers. It is my opinion that those 400 should be treated as an enemy of the state. That we should have a law for those persons who we cannot prove a crime, but we can prove their commitment to criminal activity. Because these are the same people that you're saying, because I know that this person is selling murder, is willing to take a 10 grand and go kill a man. I know that this man is the head of a gang, that he is, well, some people call that internal terrorist. He's an enemy of the state. And under this enemy of the state bill or law, we will then say to this man, to the police, go to 3 judge or go to 5 judge, and get them to agree that you have sufficient to say this man is an enemy of the state. Now, once he's charged as an enemy of the state, we're no longer in the pre-charge realm. And therefore, we protect those that they are incapable of convincing to be criminals. I don't know, because I'm not liar, I'm not this and that. I am saying that when you target the 400, you protect the 3 million. But you are putting things in front of us that can easily affect 3 million and has proven ineffective in catching the 400.
I don't want to jump into this.
No, don't jump in.
No, I have to, because you are my friend.
Yes.
As an attorney. What you're arguing for is exactly what the state of emergency was seeking to do, you know. That you come here every day and say it's not working.
Okay.
That's what the state of emergency do.
I understand your misunderstanding.
Identify persons who are 400 violence producers and put them in custody.
Yeah.
But you argue against it.
So
you want a new law that says the police have identified you, John Brown, as an enemy of the state. Prison for you? Well, without even a trial?
No, but that is not so. You have now put... First of all, I thank you for your first agreement, that you think that there might be merit in targeting these criminals. Because you said that was the state of the emergency. So, because... No, but you have to give me a chance. First of all, you shouldn't have been in the debate. And then having come in the debate, you don't want to give me a chance.
No, but you invite me.
I don't understand. I don't understand. The state of emergency.
Sorry.
No,
your
parishes.
Your time is completed, you know, but because I interrupt you, I'm going to
many times.
The leader of government business to extend your time until you're finished.
Things that are being said. Thank you, Mr. President. The Speaker's time having expired, might he be permitted sufficient time to complete the sensible parts of what he's saying?
2 hours will be needed.
Members should have heard the question. Those in favor?
You know,
against?
Listen. Yes, no problem. But you know, when Moses said that they could have escaped Egypt, many thought he was foolish. So that is how it goes, until proven to be true. Until proven. The goats were foolish too. And the light bill was foolish too. Until proven. The states of emergency were targeting communities. They were targeting parishes. They were not targeting individuals. I do not perceive that there can be a reality of a criminal community. There are communities with high crime created by a few negative people. Yes. I am saying, that if the police can prove to a group of persons that never existed, that this man, there's enough evidence for him to be retained, and we can look at it and fix it up if you want. If this man then either come and challenge that designation, because when he's charged, he's not convicted. So when he's sent to jail without a judge, that is a simplification of it, because the charge isn't conviction. He then faces the court on the charge like any charge. and then say, based on me and my lawyer said this is not true. So therefore, to say he's sent to jail because the police says it's not a reasonable statement. Who is being sent to jail because of suspicion is this bill. Yes. On the simple basis, he can go as far as 6 months in this bill. So all I'm saying is that the notion of pre-charge is where I find extreme disagreement. Those who are charged, the original bill already considered them. That is why 80% faced the court not having received bail. So in my mind, the real change in this bill is to seek to take away our right to be innocent until proven guilty. And the duty of the state to create a case sufficient to take action against an individual. And yes, I am teach me these things. So sufficient to make an intervention. So where we are is that evidence have suggested from the state of emergency that the detention, extended detention without charge, have created almost no case. How many cases have we gotten out of those who are suing the state for having been extensively detained? And equally, how much have crime skyrocketed through these states of emergency when these persons were detained? There's no evidence that what we implemented without the bill, with the states of emergency, has worked. And therefore, to entrench that in the bill, I wished I had the opportunity to stop it if it was a constitutional matter. But I'm sure many of it will be challenged going forward under the Charter of Rights that exists. No, well, the fact that you had a joint committee don't mean that we don't get to have an opinion, especially when we weren't joining on the committee. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Crawford, for that engaging presentation. It is essentially, it is 1:45. I'm going to rise until 2:15 to continue the debate. This after consultation with the staff here. And may I just say, Senator Scott Motley, that we are genuinely concerned that we weren't invited to the cutting of your cake for your birthday, which I think is taking place in the opposition room. Oh, they didn't tell you about it. They have cake for you put them over there, you know. So we all, well, from my point of view and the staff of Gordon House, wish you a very happy birthday. And we noted that in 1967 you were but a small child. So we will make the relevant calculation. So happy birthday from all of us. So I'm going to ask that we resume promptly at 2:15, please. I'm going to ask that we resume promptly at 2:15, please. The Senate now rises until 2:15.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Protect yourself from the bite of this mosquito.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
It's Friday, October 6. In the headlines, National Solid Waste Management Authority speaks on e-waste disposal. In business news, support for women entrepreneurs increases. Regionally, Belize in good standing for visa waivers to Canada and Europe. Here's the weekend news on PBC Jamaica. Jamaicans are being urged to educate themselves about how to dispose their e-waste. That is, any equipment with plugs, cords, and electronic components that are at the end of their useful life. These include mobile phones, personal computers, peripherals such as printers and keyboards, televisions, and associated cabling. Director of Operations at the National Solid Waste Management Authority, Aretha McFarlane, says there is a noticeable increase in the amount of e-waste being generated in recent times.
Currently, the consumer appetite has changed as it relates to e-waste. So technology advances, persons change out technology for new ones. So the faster we are seeing changes in the technological era, we are finding more and more e-waste being generated. And as such, what do you do with your old e-waste when you change them out? Now, persons have been throwing these in the garbage, just throwing them out frivolously. However, persons are unaware of the risks and the dangers of just disposing of e-waste improperly.
She says persons may dispose of their e-waste by taking them to the NSWMA's head office located at 61 Halfway Tree Road, Kingston, or any of its regional offices island-wide. The 4 regional offices are MPM Waste Management Limited at 332 Spanish Town Road, Kingston 11, WPM Waste Management Limited at Unit 1A LOJ Commercial Center, Montego Bay, SPM Waste Management Limited at 4A Mandeville Plaza, Manchester, and NEPM Waste Management Limited at 2 Stormont Road, New Buckfield, Oterius, St. Anne.
And you can make contact with the various offices and deposit your e-waste accordingly. We also have a WhatsApp line that is 448-3220 that you can make contact with us. We also have the Citizens Guide online or NSWMA website that you can also access information.
The Andrew Holness administration has plans for expansion of the country's road network, with several roadways and highways set to be completed before the end of the financial year. Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett says these developments will reduce travel time for tourists and increase opportunities within the sector. The Tourism Minister notes the Montego Bay bypass, which is slated for construction, would enable persons to travel directly to Negril from Montego Bay without going through Lucy, Hopewell and Sandy Bay. Mr. Bartlett also highlighted the gains from the recently opened Maypen to Williamsfield leg of the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, as well as the soon-to-be opened Southeastern Highway. The India High Commission in Jamaica celebrated the birth and life of the father of their nation, Mahatma Gandhi, this week by giving service to society. A free medical camp was held for residents of Woodford, St. Andrew. More than 100 individuals were served.
You know, we have doctors here. As they come in, they register, and we have nurses who check their vitals, and they are sent to the respective doctors who are sitting here. The doctors are all volunteering, and they have been doing this for the last 30 medical camps that we have across Jamaica, and they are examining the ailments and prescribing medicines, which we are having a pharmacy in-house here, and all the medicines dispensed within this premises itself. And these medicines are donated by our pharma companies, Indian pharma companies here, free of cost. So whoever comes in here will go back benefited, not only his or her health checked up, but also medicine supplied, which is in the range of anything between 5,000 to 11,000 Jamaican dollar.
Why did you decide to have this series of medical camp as one of your main projects?
That's a fantastic question. Actually, High Commission of India has a very limited human resources in terms of the number of people posted here. But we also leverage the advantages that we have here. And of course, while we have several professors and lecturers teaching in the universities, which we leverage time and again, but the most feasible thing that we could do was to go back to the communities and use the services of the doctors who are volunteering to provide medical services in this way. And at the same time, we have the Indian pharmaceutical companies who are ready to donate medicine whenever we have this medical camp. So it is easier for us, it's a low-hanging fruit, and doctors are cooperative, they volunteer, and they would like to continue doing the service. It's a one way of giving back to the society from their side also.
General practitioner Dr. Nagendra Babu Shandulu spoke with passion about the ongoing project and what it means to be a part of it.
From the day one when we started doing this medical camp, because a lot of people are benefiting from this. How? Because we are doing the free checkups. Everything we're doing here is a free, and we are giving a free medications. When they get check-up, when they need a medication, with the support of our pharmaceutical companies, we're getting the free medications and we are dispensing them for free of cost. Maybe we can't help 100 one at the same time, but the one out of many, as you said, just one person is benefiting from this, and from that we are saving a lot.
I did glucose testing, blood pressure testing, sugar. I'm feeling so good. Don't mind if it come back again soon.
By the way, this started all in 2021 during the heavy pandemic of the COVID-19 because the movement was restricted, the number of people gathering was restricted. So when we were about to celebrate our National Day on 26th of January 2021, the limit was just 50 people. So we say we cannot have our reception for 50 people, but something else can be done. We did not want to go our National Day uncelebrated. And so we reached out to our medical doctors, and 40 doctors registered to volunteer to this medical camp. The next step was we can give consultation service to the patients or the people, but we don't want them to go back without having medicine in their hands. So we reached out to our pharmaceutical companies, and they happily donated a truckload of medicines. Since then, we have not looked back.
In the business report, we'll hear about SheTrade's Caribbean Hub and another executive's resignation from NCB. Danita Rodney has the details.
Welcome to the Extended Business Report. I'm Danita Rodney. In this week's report, the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, in partnership with the International Trade Center, ITC, last week launched the SheTrade's Caribbean Hub at an inaugural regional symposium event held at its Barbados head office. Speaking during the launching ceremony, Executive Director at the International Trade Center, Pamela Cook-Hamilton, said she's excited to see the CDB prioritize women entrepreneurs.
This is why I'm excited that the Caribbean Development Bank has really prioritized women entrepreneurs. They're a longtime partner of ours, and we've had the benefit of seeing firsthand CDB's positive influence in the region, their foresight, the vision, and more recently, the embrace of trade.
She revealed that part of the ITC's plan is to improve the livelihood of women-led businesses through trade.
Our own strategic plan highlights how trade can contribute to building inclusive and sustainable economies. And like the bank, we've raised our ambition for women-led businesses, including launching our Gender Moonshot, which aims to help improve livelihoods through trade.
Mrs. Cook-Hamilton also said that the hub is a central part of pushing and achieving the region's Sustainable Development Goals agenda.
And I think this entire process is going to be part of pushing that and ensuring that we are able to move ahead and get things done. And that's why I'm optimistic, because I believe that the SheTrade's Hub is a central part of that. And we need to use this as one of the mechanisms to drive the SDG agenda and hopefully get much further than we did up to this point.
In other business news, another senior manager has stepped down from the NCB Financial Group. Houghton Cummins, Senior Vice President in charge of the Group Human Resource and Facilities Division, left office effective Tuesday, with Dr. Hoplin Hines replacing him. On Wednesday, the financial group published a notice citing personal reasons for his departure. The news is the latest in a string of departures from the NCB Financial Group over the last few months. Now for your market updates. In foreign exchange trading for Thursday, October 5, the US dollar sold for an average of $155.79. The Canadian dollar ended trading at $119.94. The pound sterling traded for $189.43, and the euro sold for $166.97. In JSE trading, the JSE index declined by over 4,681 points. The junior market index advanced by over 43 points. The combined market index declined by over 3,987 points. And the All Jamaican Composite Index declined by over 4,288 points. Overall market activity resulted from trading in 107 stocks, of which 38 advanced, 48 declined, and 21 traded firm. Stocks advanced for Access Financial Services Limited, Caribbean Flavors and Fragrances Limited, and Carreras Limited. Stocks declined for 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited, 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited Viable Preference, and the AMG Packaging and Paper Company Limited. Trading firm were Cargo Handlers Limited, Caribbean Assurance Brokers Limited, and Dollar Financial Services Limited. The overall volume leaders were Trans Jamaican Highway Limited and One Grade Studio Company Limited with over 3 million units, alongside Jamaican Teas Limited with over 1 million units. In regional stocks, in Trinidad and Tobago, Calypso Macro Index Fund posted a volume of 4,000 shares. On the Barbados Stock Exchange, Goddard Enterprises Limited was the volume leader with 2,800 shares. They were followed by Insurance Corporation of Barbados Limited and First Caribbean International Bank, which traded 1,651 and 1,443 shares respectively. In regional business, the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago welcomes the commitment by Finance Minister Combe Imbert to consult on options to address the challenges being faced by the business community and the wider public in purchasing foreign currency.
But in a statement earlier today said it encourages ongoing dialogue among the government and stakeholders to find long-term solutions. It notes that it looks forward to receiving clarifications pertaining to the proposed extension of the 2 foreign exchange facilities at the Exim Bank and an increase in the ceiling of the US dollar foreign exchange facility presented in the budget, but adds that it is also heartened that the minister is giving consideration to BAT's recommendation on the forex challenges.
In market data for oil prices were stable but on course for a week-on-week loss as demand fears due to macroeconomic headwinds were compounded by another partial lifting of Russia's fuel export ban. Brent futures were down 11 cents at $83.96, while West Texas Intermediate crude futures were down 13 cents at $82.18. And that was the business report on PBCJ. I'm Danita Rodney. Back to you, Simone.
Thanks, Danita. In regional news, Belize's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and Immigration has been actively seeking the removal of visa restrictions to travel to Canada and Europe. These visa waivers will allow for ease of travel to these countries. On Thursday, when the media caught up with Foreign Minister Eamon Courtenay, he said that it is a process that is taking some time, but it's promising.
We are working the diplomatic channels to try to reach a position where the Commission, the European Commission on Home, takes a decision that they will have open a new list of countries that they will review for Schengen visa waivers. Our hope is that whenever that decision is taken, Belize is on the list. So we are speaking to the European Commission itself. We are speaking to governments bilaterally to try to say to them, this is Belize's case. We satisfy the requirements. Encourage the Commission to take the decision and hopefully put Belize on the list. When is that going to happen? Our ambassador had a meeting this week with representatives from the Commission, and they updated her to say that no decision has yet been taken as to when it is going to happen. They again acknowledge that we have a very strong case, but they were just exchanging notes and giving us some more information about where things are so that we can try to continue to have the process move forward. I want to say to Belizeans, this is taking longer than we want, but we have to respect the process that is the European Union process. And so, as I said, I think the case looks good. It's just a matter of time. With respect to Canada, Prime Minister is leading a delegation to Canada for the summit with CARICOM and Canada at the invitation of Prime Minister Trudeau. That takes place, I believe, on the 18th and 19th of this month. And it's a very important summit from Belize's perspective. The first issue that we want to raise bilaterally, not at the summit, is the question of migration, the question of visas. I have received several complaints from Belizeans who find it extremely difficult and frustrating to get a visa to go to Canada. I've had very good discussions with the ambassador, the High Commissioner to Belize from Canada on this issue, so it's certainly on their radar, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to speak to some other of their officials, if not the minister, when we go to Canada to say we need Canada to expedite Belizeans who want to go to Canada. There is no reason why Belizeans are put through the hoops that they have to go through, the time.
10 major British companies are now in the Bahamas this week on the first trade mission in decades. The mission comes after Prime Minister Philip Davis spoke at the British House of Lords in May and extended an invitation to British businesses. Our News' Marlene Leonard reports.
The Bahamas is seeing its first British trade mission in over 20 years this week, and over $1 billion of deals are on the table. Here's British High Commissioner Thomas Hartley describing the range of industries covered on this mission.
Everything from infrastructure to transport to water and sewage to energy and solar. There's some very high reputation British companies here want to invest into the Bahamas and want to be part of bringing Britain and the Bahamas closer together.
It was the Caribbean Council that invited Prime Minister Davis to speak at the House of Lords event in May. Managing Director of the Caribbean Council, Chris Bennett, says there are a number of things that attracted British companies to the Bahamas.
It's English speaking, it has the same common law that we have. There were an awful lot of commonalities. And one of the other ingredients is the new trade agreement that's been signed between the CARIFORUM and the UK, which provides two-way reductions in tariffs, which also means that it's cheaper and better for Bahamians to buy UK products.
And Hartley says lower costs for Bahamians and interest in more long-term investment from British businesses make this timing an ideal match.
Really understand that the Bahamas' proximity to the US makes people feel like the US is going to be cheaper. It's just not true. The Bahamas has a trade agreement with the UK, which means lots of tariffs for buying from the UK have gone. There's 0% tariffs on lots of things, but there's still tariffs on the US, so it's actually cheaper here. And the way that shipping works, it doesn't matter whether you're bringing a shipping container from the UK or Japan or from Miami, they're normally about the same price. That they invest ethically, they hire locally, they want to be sustainable. And companies have already, who are already signing up, already investing in things like scholarships. And they're not just to invest and make profit and go. They're here for the long run, and they're here for a positive relationship.
In international news, United States President Joe Biden has approved the construction of a new section of border wall in southern Texas. The announcement came during a visit by the most senior U.S. diplomat and other government officials to Mexico City for security talks. Al Jazeera's John Holman reports.
With a new influx of migrants heading to the United States southern border every day, Washington is going back to an old strategy. Planning to build a new section of border wall, although it's only 32 kilometers long in one part of southern Texas. President Biden tried to distance himself from the measure, telling reporters that Congress wouldn't let him spend the money any other way.
The border wall, the money was appropriated for the border wall. I tried to get them to reappropriate, to redirect that money. They didn't, they wouldn't. And in the meantime, there's nothing under the law other than they have to use the money for what it was appropriated. I can't stop that.
Do you believe the border wall works?
No.
But the news broke just as high-level talks between the two governments began, leaving the Mexican president visibly unimpressed.
This authorization for the construction of the wall is a step backwards because it doesn't solve the problem. Doesn't solve the problem. The causes must be addressed.
Those causes are many. Economic meltdown in Venezuela, hunger and gang violence in Haiti, authoritarian governments in Cuba and Nicaragua, to name just a few. Not just the US Secretary of State, but the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security were in Mexico for the talks. It wasn't just migration on the agenda. They took place in Mexico's National Palace just behind us. The United States wanted to talk about fentanyl, the synthetic drug that's now one of the leading causes of death in Americans from 18 to 49 years old. They want Mexican authorities to do more to stop criminals bringing it in here, cooking it up, and then smuggling it stateside. The Mexican government, on the other hand, wants the United States to do more to prevent weapons coming from the United States into Mexico and contributing to this country's sky-high homicide rate. But it was the border that dominated the news conference that wrapped up the visit.
Strict consequences for those who do not use those lawful means to enter our country. Those consequences include swift repatriation, the swift return of migrants, and a ban on their re-entry. Just today, the United States announced its agreement with the country of Venezuela to repatriate Venezuelan nationals who do not take advantage of the lawful pathways and instead arrive irregularly at our southern border and do not qualify for relief.
By Thursday night, the visit had ended, but the long-running issues between the two countries remain. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Mexico City.
In sports, reigning world under-20 sprint hurdles silver medalist Alexis James will be attending the Jamaica University College while embarking on her journey toward professional sprinting. James, the former Petersfield High School standout, was officially welcomed at the University College on Wednesday. James will be guided still by her high school coach, Michael Woolry, while at the Jamaica and Racers Track Club. The West Indies women lost 10 wickets for just 47 runs against Australia in their third and deciding T20 International in Brisbane on Thursday to lose the series 2-1. TTT Live gives us the details.
The toss went the way of the West Indies and they opted to bowl first and got success in the second over of the day when they got rid of the dangerous Beth Mooney for 3. Despite some hiccups, Australia got to a competitive score by putting up 190 for 9 in their 20 overs. Talia McGrath was responsible for a huge chunk of that with her 65, with Elise Perry adding 40 and Phoebe Litchfield 36. Jamelia Connell led the Windies with the ball, taking 3 wickets for 25 runs in 3 overs. To say the chase started well for the West Indies would be an understatement. Despite Captain Matthews' battling injury, she and Shibika Gajnabi put on 97 for the first wicket before Matthews went for 79. Her knock under pressure came with 11 fours and 4 sixes. After that, it was all Australia, as Darcy Brown and Ashley Gardner took the match with some disciplined bowling to reduce the West Indies to 143 all out in 19.5 overs. Gajnabi's 16 and 26 from Aliyah Alain were the only other scores in double figures. Brown grabbing 3 wickets for 20 and Gardner 3 for 32 as Australia bounced back from a Game 2 loss to take the series 2-1. Once again, Matthews was named player of the match and was also adjudged player of the series for her 310 runs and 5 wickets. Wayne Cunningham, TTT Sport.
Time now for the entertainment news with Alicia Steele.
Get ready for a wild ride on PBCJ's E-News, where we've got all the juiciest and most thrilling entertainment news just for you. I'm Alicia, your energetic host, here to spice up your day with the latest updates. Today, we've got the scoop on TJ's chart-topping hit, Drift, Cranium's incredible journey to becoming a global sensation, and so much more. Stay tuned, because this show will leave you craving for more. Dancehall artist TJ has achieved his first entry on the Billboard R&B Hip Hop Airplay chart with his summer hit Drift, debuting at number 47 for the week of October 7th. The song joins other Jamaican hits on the charts, including Byron, Messiah Taliban, and Janelle Monáe's Lipstick Lover. Despite a public falling out with one of the producers, TJ released a new visualizer for Drift that showcases Jamaica's underground drift car competitions and bike culture. TJ, also known as Timoy Jania Jones, is preparing to release his debut EP, I Am Chippy, under the executive production of Shaggy and One Records. On his 29th birthday, TJ announced that he has purchased his own home, expressing gratitude for this milestone. In other news, dancehall artist Cranium has become a global sensation, breaking international barriers and earning numerous certifications for his chart-topping hits. Over the past decade, he has achieved 7 plaques, cementing his position as a dominant figure in the genre. His hit single, Nobody Has to Know, has achieved gold certification in the United States and 3 silver certifications in the United Kingdom. In Canada, the song has reached platinum status, along with 2 gold certifications for his other hits. Cranium's ability to transcend borders with his infectious dancehall sound and captivating melodies has resonated with fans worldwide. Freddie McGregor has defied the odds by making a successful comeback to the stage after overcoming a stroke that could have ended his career. Celebrating his 61st year as recording artist, McGregor has toured in Japan, Jamaica, and the UK. Despite his achievements, he plans to take a more relaxed approach in 2024. In an interview, McGregor shared his progress and expressed confidence in his recovery. He continues with therapy and believes that he will soon regain full health with the help of a higher power. After suffering a stroke last year while residing in his South Florida home, McGregor underwent extensive therapy and performed impromptu shows from the hospital, supported by his children and friends. His comeback began with performances alongside his son and daughter for the Mighty Crowns Far East Reggae Cruise in Japan. McGregor then performed at Reggae Sumfest in Montego Bay and went on to have a successful tour with 7 shows in the UK in August. McGregor is thrilled about the success of his new single, I Will Be Waiting, which reached #1 on the South Florida reggae chart. His album, A Breath of Fresh Air, has also been well received. Additionally, his son and Steven's single, Look a Girl, is performing exceptionally well. McGregor is grateful for the support of his fans and the blessings he has received.
And that's the news on PBCJ. You can follow us on our social media platforms at PBC Jamaica. Thanks for watching.
And stable inflation is to the economy what the baseline is to reggae music.
We all play a pivotal role in proactively filling up the blood bank by donating blood, by encouraging those who can donate to do so regularly, and by offering support, whatever that looks like. So be it to retweet it, be it to ask a family member, tell a friend, to tell a friend, a co-worker, a colleague, even a stranger.
1 liter of blood can save 3 lives.
You can give half of that at any of the Ministry of Health and Wellness's blood collection sites. There is no time to wait in a time of crisis where blood is needed. Every passing moment, the life of someone who needs blood hangs in the balance.
I stand here before you as a testimony of the life-saving effects of donating blood. Someone gave, that's why I am alive today.
If you are 17 to 60 years old and in good health, please give so others can live.
Jamaica's new banknotes are now in circulation. But can customers still use old banknotes? The old banknotes will be phased out over time, but can still be used to carry out your everyday transactions. Bank of Jamaica encourages Jamaicans to exchange old banknotes for new notes at commercial banks across the island.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the baton and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Protect yourself from the bite of this mosquito.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Brethren, the road signs make the traffic environment safe. The green light means go. Red means stop. Amber also means stop. Yeah man, it don't mean you must speed up. And get this, even if the light's on green, when the traffic is thick, don't bother move off and block the intersection. And please, don't stop on a pedestrian crossing. Look out for children, the disabled and the elderly. Follow the signs so they all can arrive alive. Be a good road user. Obey the road signs and look out for each other.
We remain resilient in our fight against known and unknown threats to our country. We are never daunted.
We are committed to continuously deliver effective and efficient service when we save lives and protect property.
And we continue to reassure with courtesy, integrity, and respect for the rights of all.
We are building
forward
together.
Hi everyone, by now you would have heard the great news. Jamaica's unemployment rate is 4.5%. That's the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Jamaica. We are now close to full employment. As Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, this is the best news that our economy can have. It means that our economy continues to expand, but what it really means is that more Jamaicans have income. It means that more Jamaican families can do much better than they were doing before. We are building Jamaica.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament considering job descriptions, codes of conduct and performance standards for parliamentarians wants to hear from you. Send your opinions in writing by Tuesday, October 3, 2023 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston. Or email us at clerk@japarliament.gov.jm. Visit the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm for details.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Search for its breeding sites and destroy them. This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Protect yourself from the bite of this mosquito.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Road safety time and time for slow down. Cut the speed, let it up and go. The road cold and up, play. Use the light in a night or day. Speed kills when you're in a hurry. Hit the child and then you cry sorry. But if you decut the speed, your body life wouldn't bleed. Walk, stop, beg and plead. Just cut the speed. Taxi, bus driver, bike man, whole order, Markex and Honda. We are FIFA, we are race, so stop. The sign it say, children crossing the speed on them. When they see a pedestrian crossing, just stop. Don't drive past them. Road safety time and time for slow down. Cut the speed, let it up and go.
Motorists, please look out for us when we're crossing the road.
Never drive under the influence. It's essential to avoid operating a vehicle if you have been drinking. Refrain from taking certain types of prescription or substances that may otherwise make you impaired. This is a road safety tip by the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Search for its breeding sites and destroy them.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I'm looking for a successful career in being a software developer, a software engineer, and I want to create softwares or apps for myself. So I want to gather a team with my colleagues to execute the visions that I have or even visions that they have as well.
Check on your strong friends. Having gone through postpartum depression after having my daughter, I know what mental illness can be like.
You may be the one to provide someone with a haven.
much true because, like she said, you don't know what people are going through. It's also important to know within yourself what's going on because you yourself know you better than anyone else could possibly know you.
Being able to be your true self is one of the strongest components of good mental health. You can whisper how you feel, or you can shout it out loud, but in whatever you do, if you need help, say something.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Over 100 homes delivered across 14 parishes. Your government, under the new social housing program, is making home ownership possible for those who didn't even dare to dream. Over the next 3 years, we will be building 1,500 homes just for our vulnerable citizens. Without a doubt, all citizens, irrespective of economic status, deserve a good home. Your government cares.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the 4 corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking and revealing, bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament considering job descriptions, codes of conduct and performance standards for parliamentarians wants to hear from you. Send your opinions in writing by Tuesday, October 3, 2023 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston. Or email us at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Visit the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm for details.
Children are the future, and ensuring our future is healthy requires that children are always provided with nutritious foods to grow well and live long. Unhealthy diets high in sugar, salt, and fat consumed by children may make them obese and prone to non-communicable diseases later in life. Healthy foods and beverages not only help them learn better, but also protects them from non-communicable diseases such as some cancers, diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases in their childhood and adult life. So, whether it's at home, in the lunch bag, or at school, let's make healthy foods and beverages for our children the only rule.
No one is immune to mental illness. Your age, race, gender, social class, or economic status is no match for addictive behaviors, anxiety or eating disorders, depression or schizophrenia. What is having a good social support system. As the saying goes, in times of test, family is best. Unfortunately, many are denied the benefit of the support of family and friends because of stigma and an oppressive silence around mental illness. Let's put an end to the silence.
Speak up. Speak now.
End the stigma.
Share your story.
End the stigma.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Inflation's not the enemy if we control it. If it's too high, the people are gonna cry.
And if it's too low, the country now go. When inflation is low, stable, predictable. Consumers and investors feel secure. And when we find that middle ground, the economy will grow some more. Car loan, school fee can start out. Granny saving now get knocked out.
And the BOG inflation targeting strategy that.
Low, stable, predictable, yeah.
Did you know that the
I inquired about it and they said that yes, I could join. So I signed up and I joined. Then I did some research and recognized that in the population of coders, there was at least around 2% were women, black women. And I saw that as an opportunity to make a mark in not only in Jamaica, but regionally.
Aspiring gunman, badman, young dance, liquor shotters, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds, you still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No, not no gun for no guy. And no bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble. Think about your family, your father, your mother, your granny. Some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
We are now open and ready to take our women in who are being abused. The facility will accept clients even while we continue to receive donations and build out our programs to help women to rebuild their lives and get back on their feet. I use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to read out the 24-hour hotline numbers for women who need the shelter. 876-553-0372 or 876-929-2997. The other two properties are now in early reconstruction and or refurbishing stages and will be transformed quickly into safe spaces for women.
What if they knew that you abused her? Her family?
Mr. Jones.
And your colleagues, how will they look at an abuser? When the law comes knocking, you'll have nowhere to run.
Mr. Brown, you're under arrest. Please get up, hands behind your head and interlock your fingers.
Turn your back on abusers. Report gender-based violence to the police. There's no excuse for abuse. Call the Bureau of Gender Affairs at 876-754-8577.
It is made distinct from the existing Bail Act of 2000. But this is an act which will repeal in its entirety the existing Bail Act, and it will be replaced with the contents of this bill. Mr. President, this bill is a most important one, as it potentially impacts upon the constitutional right of the citizen to his basic right of liberty. And our leader in her opening spoke to that, and the freedom of an individual to move at will. Due to its potential impact, the bill came under intensive review, Mr. President, intensive review and interrogation in the Joint Select Committee over the several sittings which took place over several months. In addition to what took place there was also discourse in the public, in the media, and many of those contributions, I am certain, would have contributed to the changes that were made to the original bill which was tabled in the lower house, and which has now come out to be this particular bill which is before us. Mr. President, wherever the debate took place, it tended to be detailed and, as I said, very robust, and confirmed that our democracy is strong and inclusive. Mr. President, in reviewing the report, and I have the report of the Joint Select Committee, and I turn to the relevant page where the signatures are attached, and counted 11 members signed the report. 11 members. Ransford did not, right? But 11 members signed. From the Senate, we had myself, Senator Peter Bunting, who is leader of opposition business in the Senate, and Senator Abka Fitzhenry, although he was recently added to the Senate, he did come and he would have participated and he would have signed, having read the report and was satisfied with the content of it. And similarly, Senator Donna Scott Motley. Mr. President, I take it in that some of the dissenting voices that we heard early in the period, and I saw some comments made early in the year, and even during the period of the Joint Select Committee, where there were some issues that the opposition was taking with the pre-charge bail. But I believe that those dissenting voices, Mr. President, have in regard to the fact that the signatures now appear, there is no minority report attached to this Joint Select report, that we can reasonably believe that those dissenting voices from across the floor have been calmed. The only person, well, I heard from Senator Damian Crawford, but he did admit that he's a village lawyer. It's your admission. I want to know which one. Is it the one in the St. Catherine? Okay. Mr. President, I also take note of the comment attributed to the leader of the opposition in the lower house when the bill was debated there, where he said, and I quote, "There is broad agreement with the bill in its present form." And I take that to be an indication that there will be consensus across the aisle today. We won't take too much regard to the village lawyers. Mr. President, I must commend the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Marlene Malawu Fort, KC, who chaired all 18 meetings of the Joint Select Committee and ably defended the policy position of this administration on some of the important changes to the Bail Act, primarily the introduction of the pre-charge bail regime. Commendations I also give to the civil society groups, and interestingly, those private individuals, because normally in Joint Select Committees you find that you get contributions from organizations, known organizations across the country. But in this Joint Select, outside of the organizations which would normally have responded to this, the Jamaica Bar Association, Cornwall Bar Association, the Constabulary Force, Jamaicans for Justice, Norman Manley Law School, the Faculty of Law, we had 5 individuals who made sterling contribution to the Joint Select Committee, and I want to publicly name them, Mr. President. And Mr. Jordan Jarrett, Mr. Kishore Belani, Mr. Tony Lewis, Mr. Aaron Douglas, and Ms. Shamali Golding made contributions to the Joint Select Committee on this particular bill that we have before us. The contributions from individuals must be encouraged as it adds to our democracy and confirms that those who will not just sit, you have veranda talkers. These persons were not veranda talkers. They made their contribution to the passage of laws which are beneficial to the good order, management, and peace of this country. And Mr. President, that also is a clear confirmation that our democracy is alive and well, and we are prepared, as parliamentarians from both sides, we are prepared to be inclusive in the passage of our legislation. Mr. President, the technical staff, and we have the persons who would normally sit, and I always have to commend them, because every bill, you see these ladies here, and they have to sit for hours. They can't detach themselves. They have to listen to every comment. But they're always here and ready and able, and they must be commended. The parliamentary staff also who takes copious notes. And in this, as I said, robust debate that we had in relation to this bill, there was a lot. Mr. President, it would be an ideal situation if we could exist in a society in which we as legislators never had to conceive or pass legislation dealing with the issue of bail. Sadly and unfortunately, this is not so in Jamaica. Bail in its ordinary meaning infers that someone was locked away in custody and his temporary release is being sought pending the determination of his fate by trial. And I want to pause here because I listened to Senator Crawford earlier. And if I'm wrong, then you can let me know. But I got the impression that in criticizing aspects of the bill before us, he was giving the impression as if there is a lockup process to it. The lockup takes place by virtue of something that would have transpired before. Somebody would have gone to the police and they would have made a complaint. The police would then have had reasonable grounds for them to go arrest a person, detain the person. That's the basis on which persons apprehended, detained, arrested, taken into custody. What this bill is doing is setting the framework which that person can use to attain their temporary freedom until the matter is determined otherwise. So this bill is not about lockup. It is not about lockup. It is setting the framework within which persons can operate. Now previously, Senator Crawford, what you would find before we started codifying the Bail Act is that one person may go into court and they want to, hope I'm not misinterpreted, but you may find one person getting bail. and similar circumstances, the other person not getting bail, and then somebody start asking the question, so what happened to me? And that is where the codification of the Bail Act, so you have objective measures, you have particular situations that the deciding official, as we refer to them here, but the person who has to make the determination of bail operates on a basis that everybody knows. It adds to transparency in the whole process of getting bail, getting the freedom of someone who is locked up for something else, not because of this legislation. This legislation says specifically in clause 4 that the person is entitled to bail. The courts have interpreted that in a particular way to say that you're entitled to a hearing to determine if you should get bail having regard to the circumstances. That's how the court. So when you just say, I want bail, and because I want it, I have a right to it, and I will get it. You're entitled to a hearing. And in the hearing, you put forward your position, the other side put forward their position, and the person who has to make the determination using objective measures will determine whether you are granted bail, and if so, what are the conditions on which you will get the bail. That's what it is. How about locking up? So, Mr. President, this issue of bail can be a topic that brings out in many a lot of emotions. And we have to clear that aspect of it. And that is why I took some time in addressing that particular sentiment and comments that were made by Senator Crawford. In fact, in the Joint Select Committee, there were issues which both contributors and members of the committee were deeply passionate. And we heard some of them, whether the term defendant is the appropriate term, and there was heightened debate about it. Heightened debate. They looked at all the possible options. Could we change it to this? Could we change it to that? And at the end of the day, after that extensive discussion and debate, and I remember particularly Senator Scott Motley, you were one of them who debated vociferously in relation to that, the term. And Senator Natalie Campbell Rodriguez. Yes. But she did. And so there was a lot of debate about it. But at the end, I'm giving consideration to the various proposals that were put forward. The committee settled on what is described as being a term that is the best of all the other options that would have come up. There are those seeking bail, Mr. President, being the alleged perpetrator, and those who would wish the alleged perpetrator to remain in the custody of the state forever, amen, from the date of the arrest. And you get a lot of emotions about it. And so sometimes I go on social media, and you look on the reports where various media may be publicizing an issue that relates to whether a person got bail or didn't get bail. And you look at some of the comments of our citizens, and you would be amazed as to the amount of emotions that come out. Some saying, yes, the person should get bail, and some persons say, lock him up and throw away the key. That is what you get. And I'm just saying, to everybody concerned, we must recognize that we live in a country which recognizes the right of the citizen to his liberty and the principle of innocent until proven guilty or the person pleads guilty. And this bill, I believe, has found the right balance and has taken into account quite a bit of the circumstances. So it is from those principles that the entitlement of bail flows. It must, however, be made abundantly clear that even though an alleged perpetrator has an entitlement to be granted bail, subject to the various provisions of the bill, as stated in clause 4, we must appreciate, and I'm saying it to those who say, lock him up forever, is that bail being granted to an individual does not mean freedom. Doesn't mean freedom. The effect of one obtaining bail is merely moving the responsibility of taking the person to court from the state and placing that burden on the person who places himself as surety. Under clause 15.4 of this bill, the surety is now burdened with the responsibility to not only adhere to the directions imposed on him with respect to the conditions of the defendant's bail, but to ensure that the defendant appears in court or surrenders to custody as the case may be. So if there are conditions, don't interfere with the witness, report to the police station, report to a bail center. If that is the condition, then the surety's duty that they have taken upon themselves is to ensure that all those conditions are carried out. That's their duty. If the person was not given bail, the police is going to just take him to court every day that he's supposed to go there. But because there is a respect for the liberty of the citizen, we have this particular legislation that gives them an opportunity not to stay within the confines of the state, but to be out there on conditions as may be deemed appropriate. The burden that the surety accepts comes with paying of penalty in the event of breach. And I heard Senator Crawford again speaking about why outlaw the bailer man, the bondsman. Senator Crawford, you know, I have just off the top of my head, but somebody told me that there's not a brain there. And I'm not disrespecting it, I'm just telling you that when you really think through the whole situation and you look on the circumstances, we have to be careful in relation to that particular discussion that you're wanting to engage in. When you speak with some persons who say that they will assist an individual with bail, because they are just friends, you know. They go out there and it's almost like extortion. Person is to be bailed for 50,000. Them say, look here, you have to pay me 150,000 in order for me to go and do this and to put up my title for my car and so forth. So it is something that I believe has to be looked at in an in-depth way. I have not turned my mind against it, but I don't believe that in the circumstances of this particular bill that we have before us, that is something that could have been dealt with in the time, and it may require a bill by itself. But it's complex, and it is going to take a lot of thought. Persons extort people when they say that I will do it for you for a fee. You have to be careful. And the persons who are in custody, yes, and the person who is in custody, remember, you know, they are under some amount of pressure, and they will agree to anything, and they can be abused in the process. So, Mr. President, this bill sets out in detail, and when I was putting this on paper, I wrote it this way, Mr. President, thinking of you. Yes. The bill has set out in detail and has made it pellucidly clear. Only pellucidly clear. Did I get it right? They're not going to understand. They're not going to understand. Yes, sir. You understand? Right. But the president understands where I'm coming from with the pellucidly clear. Now, bail may be considered at various stages, namely before charge, and after conviction. The bill has also set out in detail the matters needed to be taken into account, who is to take them into account, the forms to be used, amongst other things. Very detailed, very clear, sets out objectively what this whole process is about and how it is to be achieved. Pelusi. Mr. President, it represents a major improvement on the Act which presently exists. And I say that this bill is akin to a person upgrading from a Ford Cortina or a Lada to a Rolls Royce. Yeah, big jump. Big jump. The before or pre-change bill, Mr. President, is a new concept in our jurisdiction, but have existed in many other jurisdictions, including Commonwealth countries. It is a most important inclusion in legislative framework of Jamaica, and this administration must be commended for being bold. You know, if we start commending this administration for being bold, it's just going to be going on and on and on, because we take the bold and brave steps and difficult, and we face the challenges and we overcome the challenges. This administration does that, Mr. President. So we have to be bold. And we have been bold in including this bill in our criminal justice and administration process. Mr. President, in this bill, you will find a provision that is clause 5.4, which specifically states that once the offense is not one listed in part 1 of the first schedule, and if a person is arrested on reasonable suspicion but is not charged within 48 hours, that person shall be released unconditionally. But when you look at what are the first schedule offenses, Mr. President, it sets to they are serious types of offenses. These are offenses that speak to murder, offenses that speak to treason, felony, malicious injuries to property, and it's not just any malicious injury to property, but specifically to arson of a dwelling house. So it's not like a person commit a malicious damage to a motor vehicle, as the case may be. Arson to a dwelling house. You have, under the Predial Larceny Act, you have offenses against a person. When you look on those, conspiracy to commit murder, administering poison and so forth, kidnapping, child stealing. You have under the Dangerous Drugs Act, import and export of cocaine are listed, trafficking in persons, offenses under Child Care and Protection Act, offenses under the Sexual Offences Act, including rape, grievous sexual assault, sexual grooming of child. Serious offenses. Serious offenses. So you have other offenses that the bill makes certain. Now look here, if the police officer has a reasonable ground on which he is going to arrest you, and he doesn't charge you within 48 hours, then you will be released unconditionally. We are also in this bill making it clear for the preservation and protection of the human rights of the citizens of this country. Mr. President, we must look at this bill in the context of the Charter of Rights of the Jamaica Constitution, which also, the Charter of Rights, contemplates that an individual may be detained without charge. Paragraph 14(1)(f) 2 of the Charter contemplates a person's liberty being taken by way of arrest or detention in circumstances where it is reasonably necessary to prevent the commission of an offense. Our Charter has that. In this, that the Bail Act is dealing with, is when somebody goes and, as I said, make a report that an offense was committed against me, and the person is then taken into custody. So, yes, it's a step-down situation that we're looking at. Mr. President, I find it quite interesting, because there's a Criminal Justice Administration Act just passed by a PNP government, which allows a PNP administration to include a provision that deals with restricted persons. Ex parte application made to a court. Ex parte, person doesn't know the application. Because it don't have anything to do with me and you. And the court makes a declaration, person becomes a restricted person in certain circumstances. What are the circumstances? That the person may have been deported. The person was convicted for an offense in another country for which their imprisonment, the imprisonment for that offense is 2 years. So the person gets deported and you get him by ex parte application, declared a restricted person when he is deported back to Jamaica. He can't associate with certain people. He must live certain place. Report to police. All types of conditions are imposed on that person. PNP administration did that. So when you hear Senator Crawford coming here and giving the impression as if this administration is doing things against liberty and freedom of people. No. No, no, no. You must look at yourself. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. And I just want to say this, Mr. President, that this bill is a bill which has provisions in there that the person who is named as a defendant, who may be on bail, can challenge by an inter partes application the conditions imposed upon him. It allows for it. And that is the purpose of a joint select committee. The purpose of the joint select committee is to take all views and come out with the best bill. And Donna Scott Matley and Senator Peter Bunting thought that this bill was the best bill, and they attached their signature. They attached their signature to the report without putting forward any minority report. Because this bill, after going through the robust debate, is a bill that they agreed on and that we agreed on, and we are all at one. All at one. Mind you lose the seat, you know. You don't put your foot in there, your 2 feet in it, you know. You have to squeeze next to get it, you know. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. All right? Be careful. Mr. President, there are indeed cases where an offense has been committed and the investigative arm of the state has reasonable grounds to suspect an individual. But for one reason or another, they are not at the stage that they can proffer a charge. And we're not going to make up fake charges. We're not going to take things off the top of our head and say, we just make up something that you call, what you call it again? No, it's not a holding charge, man. He never used the term. What was the term he used again, Senator Crawford? You're just enemy of the state. You just make up something and call it enemy of the state and say, all right, make we just do this. No, we're not into that. No, we don't support that. That seems as if you want to breach the human rights of people. And this administration is not about that, Mr. Crawford. So, Mr. President, I'll give you an example. I want to give you an example. There's a case in which a lady and another female left from a nightclub. That's the only evidence that the police had available to them. 2 ladies left a nightclub. Say at about 9, 10 o'clock one night. The next morning, 4 or 5 o'clock, one of the ladies found dead on the roadside. The first suspect, based on the available evidence, is that these 2 ladies left the nightclub. And when they went to the other female, they found that she had a few scratch marks on her. So the police detained her on reasonable suspicion. The person was there in custody for 2 days because now the police is now trying to get DNA matches and so forth. from the scene, from what they took off, from the fingernails and so swabs and etc. But the forensics are going to be available in 2 days. So, the lady who is in custody, she can't be charged. And so, 2 days pass. Her lawyer goes to the court and says, Judge, female in custody, 48 hours has passed. Can we get an order for charge or release? The judge says she's to be charged or released that very same evening by 6. No conditions. Nothing. That lady can just get up and go wherever, disappear. Disappear. Well, to be honest with you, nobody knows because obviously the attorney's duty has been completed. He's not going to keep tabs of her. But I'm saying, I know a lot. No charge. So, tell me now. This bill is one that could say, police can't charge her, but they can put some conditions on the individual so that we can monitor you because we're investigating you. You are the only person based on all the evidence that we have and until we have something else. Right? Yeah, they could go on, no condition, go and leave the country. How does the family of the person who is dead, how do they feel? And these are things that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, that people will now turn around and say, look here, we're going to take up this thing in my hand, you know, because the woman do it, you know, and so forth. And then you get a murder out of that. Then you get a reprisal out of that. And then the whole community is in uproar. Monitoring in those circumstances, important. So there may be, as I said, what?
I have to wait, yes. The red means go. Thank you, Mr. President. I am surprised that he's taking so long, but nonetheless, Mr. President, I do ask that this time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation.
Members should have heard the question. In favor? Against?
So there may be outstanding critical statements or forensic evidence to be obtained. And in these instances, should the investigator just allow the individual to continue along his merry way, possibly committing other offenses, or is he to effect an arrest? Under the present regime, if he acts prudently and effects the arrest and charge so that he meets the 48 hours and avoid the habeas corpus application, what you find? Matter goes to court, mention date after mention date after mention date after mention date. Judicial time is taken up, multiple appearances in court, pending the completion of the file. We avoid that. Persons on bail, and the bill is specific as to how the matter is to be dealt with. Mr. President, there are many practical benefits and advantages to implement the pre-charge bail, and I stand in full support of this administration in ensuring its inclusion in this bill. In respect to the pre-charge bail regime, the clause of the bill ensures fairness, objectivity, and timely action on the part of those charged with the responsibility of considering bail for the person arrested and charged. These can be seen in clauses 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So, Mr. President, in respect to clause 2, which defines the deciding official, and the issue of fairness, the fairness of the issue, the arresting and investigating officer are explicitly excluded from the process. They cannot contribute to the process. And then you have the clause 5291, which provides for the constable, but the constable is somebody who has to be a superintendent at that rank or above. So it shows the whole seriousness of it, the maturity. You need a mature person, an experienced person to consider the factors in an objective way to determine the issue of bail. Under Clause 6, it says bail must be decided within 48 hours. At 72, 48. Beyond that time, a judge of the parish court can become involved in the process. So you're going up the wrong with experience. So, President, I also find Clause 8 of the bill quite interesting, as it allows a defendant whose conditions of bail, to whom conditions of bail have been attached, to appeal, same, to a parish judge, to revoke or to vary. The person named as the defendant is not excluded from the process. They can, and Senator Scott Matley said in a sort of bus way, and we give credit that, as I said, part of the whole process of Joint Select, you made very good submissions, and they have been taken into account and put into the bill. All right? The opportunity for review of the bail where the bail is not taken up every 2 weeks is so important. Because, Mr. President, as someone with experience, you walk into court seeking bail, and bail is granted to your client. Everybody feels good enough. At the moment, yes, bail given, etc., etc. Judge said bail is 300,000, and the person right off the cuff, and this is the flip side, Senator Crawford, of the bail man. Because when the person hears 300,000, but them thinking about, yes, I get bail, and that is good. Nobody makes any concern about it. And it's when they go home and say, well, Senator Fitzhenry, come help me out now. You have 300,000. You have 300,000, can assist me have a vehicle? And Senator Fitzhenry said, boy, you have a vehicle, you know, but the title, you don't know where the title at the moment. Bank of the title, whatever the case may be. But guess what you did in court when you were so happy to get the bail? Set the matter 4 months down the road for mention again, Mr. President. That is what? Yeah, Judge, we accept 4 months. Good? Yes, yes, but when you do that, sometimes it's difficult. It can be challenging. Because man drive up and down with car, you know, but man don't have the title for the car because the title is being held by a financial institution. So, what happens? The person sits down in custody for 4 months unless that attorney can get the matter moved back up the rung for the judge to review the matter. So this provision that is included in this bill that requires the review every 2 weeks is one that supports the liberty, humanitarianism. It supports everything that is right. And that is why I submit that this bill is a Rolls-Royce bill. It is not a Lada bill. Mr. President, pardon me? The bill, don't say that about my friend. Mr. President, the bill in Clause 8.1 facilitates what is referred to as investigative management and suspect management as conditions that can be imposed on an alleged perpetrator, which prevents interference with witnesses and potential witnesses, preventing a suspect from associating directly or indirectly with persons who may have criminal propensity. Those are good things, good conditions that can be imposed on persons. And also, it is contrary to the belief of some, and it was said that the fact of a deciding official, a judge, may consider stage of investigations and the manner in which those investigations have been conducted in granting on an inter partes application for extension of bail with conditions on unconditional release. I believe that the fact that that is put in there will spur an investigator and can go before the judge. A little full thing, and when the inquiries are made, well, you know, for 3 months and never do anything, or for whatever period, and then you just want to hurry up things to come and say, I want an extension of time. No. Because that provision is there. And onus is on any good investigator who is worth his salt, Mr. Chairman, to act with alacrity, to conclude investigations in order to charge the individual or to stand the risk of unconditional release. And obviously, I am certain that if that is found out in those applications, it may be taken into account to say, well, this officer not performing, you know. Contract have to renew, contract may not be renewed. A measuring stick is contained in the bill. A Rolls-Royce bill we have, Mr. President. No. So, Mr. President, in all, it's my view that this bill, particularly on the pre-charge bill as a new regime, has found a fair balance, and it addresses the circumstances peculiar to Jamaica, which has its challenges with serious criminal activity and the rights of the citizen under the Charter of Rights. Now, in operationalizing the bill, it will be important that the divisional commanders ensure that sufficient persons of the rank of superintendent are available for the consideration of bail. When you consider that I can walk into the police station at 12 o'clock and say I come to see if I can get bail for John Brown, because bail is police station open 24/7. So anybody who believes that because they see the door closed mean that business is not going on, business must be going on. You can bail the person 24/7. What I find at some stations, you go there to see a senior officer. The senior officer is not there. So I'm saying, this bill, in operationalizing it, the relevant authority, the Commissioner of Police, must ensure that at the various lockups or within the divisions, that there are available 24/7 a superintendent or at the rank above who can give consideration as a deciding official. Similarly, there is an onus placed on justice of the peace, and I want to commend Minister of Justice, the Honorable Delroy Chuck, because he has been ensuring that going around the country, we have in place sufficient justices of the peace. Justices of the peace, these persons must be sufficient in numbers, and they are to be appropriately trained to provide the service as a deciding official. The custodies of each parish, I believe, must identify a cadre of justices with a level of maturity, objectivity, and emotional intelligence and training to give considerations to and make appropriate determination when called to perform under this act. And justice of the peace must not see themselves as extensions of the arm of the police, because some justice of the peace look like them want to curry favor with police. Them get a little blind when them go out on the street, and that's the reality. They must not see themselves as being the extension of the arm of the police, and neither must they get up in the emotions of the victim. They must be persons who we determine have the level of maturity, objectivity, emotional intelligence, and training. They play a very important role in this entire process. They must at all times, Mr. President, be ready to render an objective decision on the issue of bail. And they need to document with copious notes things that are being done in the whole process. So that's another recommendation that I'm making for those who have the authority to deal with justice of the peace. And I'm also saying to the Minister of National Security and the Ministry of National Security, that they must ensure that all lockups have an appropriate area for the process to take place. It can't take place, you stand up on the person over that side, in the cell area, you over this side, and 10 other inmates are there. Can't be a situation like that. Cannot be. Our lockups must be made ready for this type of process, for it to take place in reasonable accommodation. Yes, and the whole process. So, Mr. President, this is where I'm going to take my seat by saying this, that I believe that this bill has met all its objectives. Contrary to Senator Crawford's comment, it has met all its objectives and more, because of rules rights, as set out in the Memorandum of Reasons. And I close by again stating my support for its passage. If it so pleases you, Mr. President, and members, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, I am glad to see that Senator Sinclair has defended this bill so strongly. I can assure him he need not have done so, especially since I am the person about to speak. Because as he knows well, I find myself being bound by the traditions of a joint select committee. And even though I would not agree with all of the revisions necessarily and might want to see some more, I, for one, will not come here to criticize the work that we have done together. For me, a joint select committee is really the aspirational aspect of the work of the Parliament. And indeed, in this one, there were some very strong stances which were taken by members of the government. And I applaud them for doing so, because their focus was on getting a bill that was right, that was just, and that was constitutional. And I want to thank especially the members of the technical team who have joined us here today, because if I dare say so myself, it was one of the most challenging ones that they had embarked upon. The minister was committed to the process and was very rigorous. There were times when, frankly, people chafed under the burden of the rigor. But I will say also that this bill has evolved significantly from where it started, and that the opposition contributed a lot to it being like this, because we worked harmoniously. When we concluded, and the minister sought to persuade me to say I was totally happy, because as you know, Senator Charles, there were moments when it was she and I who were involved in the debate, although you were present from another place. She and I really engaged for the full time. I made it clear to her how I saw the role of the opposition, because the opposition sometimes is challenged by some of the provisions in a piece of legislation. But they have to still respect the fact that we have a government and that we have challenges which must be met, and that frequently have to be met through legislation. And in the same way you made mention to the Criminal Justice Administration Act of 2015, when the then opposition supported it eventually, it's the same way that in this Bail Act of 2023, although we do have some reservations, we are going to support the government in its thrust to deal with these aberrations which are presently almost becoming normalized in our society. Crime becomes uglier and uglier every day. And the truth about it is that the society is almost becoming numbed by what happens. So to the point where we no longer bawl out when a child is hurt or murdered, or women are slaughtered back to back, 3 in a week. We have a duty, because of how we feel about Jamaica and our feelings about this nation, that sometimes we have to compromise on some things. And I think in this Joint Select Committee, that is what we did. Do I think it is constitutional in all aspects? I have some question marks. But I do think that every effort was made to ensure that as far as possible, this act would meet the intention of the policy decisions which the government had made, that it would be just, that it would be fair, that there was a delicate balance between the rights of a citizen and the freedom which the rest of us seek. And so, Senator Sinclair, this journey is never a journey which is taken solely by one side or the other. There are times when it is required by the very people we serve that we walk hand in hand. And I really have to commend the minister for the work that she did, even though sometimes she was obstinate, as she has a right to be. There were times when she capitulated. And I remember one of the ones that we fought constantly about was the one where if you gave the wrong name, I'm just putting it in simple language, while you were in a Zozo area, then that had serious consequences, which was one of the matters where it was not just acknowledged that you could get bail pending appeal if you were convicted of giving a false name. And I sought to persuade her that in Jamaica everybody has 3 names, which they do. And you know, when something gets in your head, you start paying particular attention. So we had a Commonwealth Law Conference. Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith presented at that conference. And I saw a name tag. I have to share this one. On Denise Daly, and her name is Joyce Daly. So I said, your name is Joyce Daly? And she said, Donna, I was at the airport once, and I fell asleep in the waiting room. And when I woke up, the immigration people told me that they had been calling my name for like half an hour. And I said, but I didn't hear. And they said, yes, we kept on saying Joyce Daly, Joyce Daly. Well, my dearest beloved sister did not recognize her own name, because I am sure you all are finding out for the first time that Denise is actually called Joyce. Her correct name is Joyce. And I know there are many people listening who have one name on the birth certificate and one name that they use. And so after several times of making the case, there was a response, and that was dealt with. So, Mr. President, Senator Sinclair, the opposition has no intention of being contentious over the passing of this bill. At the same time, Senator Crawford, who was not a member, raised very appropriately concerns which were raised in the Joint Select Committee, not only by the opposition, but by some government members. And I thank him for his astuteness and the analysis which he gave to this legislation. Mr. President, if it pleases you. Thomas.
Sorry, Senator Morris, we have one more speaker on our side, and then I'll call on you. Thank you, Senator Jane Scott Motley. Eh? D. Murray. Senator Fitzhenley.
Mr. President, I have assumed my fee to lend my support for passage of this bill entitled the Bail Act. And I will indicate from the get-go that I don't intend to be long because, one, we've had a long day, and coming from my former vocation, I appreciate that there is great wisdom in brevity. So bail and the variables concerning the restriction of freedom of criminal suspects, those are issues that various administrations have grappled with for a long time. And in indicating why I support this bill, I will highlight some potential practical benefits of the bill should it be passed into law, which is really the gravamen of why I support this very strongly. And in telling you so, sir, the reasons why I will highlight Clause 5 of the bill, which really will make it the first time that in Jamaica, bail will be applicable at a third stage of criminal proceedings. That clause proposes to give effect to pre-charge detention and bail, which is a concept used to good effect in other jurisdictions in the Caribbean. And you know what? Having had a look at the Bail Act or any piece of legislation concerning the fight against crime, I ask myself two questions. Is it in conformity with the Constitution that is the supreme law of the land? And I think my colleague, Senator Sinclair, very capably highlighted that it indeed is in conformity with the supreme law of the land. The second question I ask myself is, will this bill, should it be passed into law, or I should say when, assist the dispense of justice in Jamaica and facilitate law enforcement in carrying out their duties in a more effective and efficient manner? And I have concluded that this Bail Act absolutely will assist in the dispense of justice and assist the police to carry out their duties with greater efficiency. And I'll give you one reason why I support passage of this bill. It creates an environment where, so for argument's sake, the police has evidence that John Brown has committed a crime, and they expect to prosecute him, but they are not yet at the stage of laying a criminal charge. It creates an environment where the police are able to take preemptive actions to stop this individual from absconding the jurisdiction, and that is a good thing. Again, focusing on Clause 5 of the bill. I recall, Mr. President, many years ago, when I worked in the legal department at the Office of the Public Defender, a Commissioner of Parliament, then Public Defender Windsor Witter had asked me to supervise a team to assess the conditions in lockups across the country. I was asked to supervise a team, sir, and literally every police lockup, as you know, was overcrowded. Contrary to what Senator Crawford suggested, this bill can actually create a framework when passed into law for the police to have fewer people in the custody of the state. And that is a good thing. It, in fact, augurs well for the human rights of these individuals. And that, sir, is another reason why I support strongly passage of this bill. Because having fewer people in custody on a daily basis has a lot of benefits. Apart from human rights, it will save the state a lot of costs. The next factor I will highlight before I take my seat is, again, during my media days, I recall often going to court regarding a number of cases, and we were told that the case file is incomplete, and therefore the case is postponed. And there's a feeling that the time of the court has been wasted, the time of various stakeholders in the justice system would have been better spent. And indeed, you know, the police as well, members of the law enforcement community. And often the police are criticized for investigating, well, charging, then investigating. In my view, sometimes unfairly so, because I believe the criticism often lacks an appreciation of the practical challenges that law enforcement faces. But this bill that creates an environment where a potential criminal accused can be engaged, placed under superintendence, not charged, and therefore not placed before the court before the case file is complete, will save a lot of time in the justice system. And that, sir, is another reason why I support passage of the bill, in particular with the contemplation to Clause 5, which will seek to inculcate in the legal framework in Jamaica the concept of pre-charge detention. So, in summary, sir, I strongly support passage of this bill because, one, it will reduce opportunities for criminal suspects or potential criminal accused escaping justice. Two, it will likely reduce the numbers in police custody on a daily basis, which has a number of benefits which I alluded to earlier. And thirdly, it will create an environment where, certainly based on the perception, the court and the police are more efficient in their use of time. Mr. President, even as I support passage of this bill to repeal and replace the Bail Act, I am encouraged that the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness continues to show the courage to pass laws, crucial laws, which augur well for making our society a safer and secure place. This bill is one such strong example of that. If it pleases you, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fitzhenley. Madam, deal with Mr. Senator Morris first. Senator Morris, it's the first button. It's on. Okay, grand. Okay, great.
I saw it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fitzhenley. Senator Dr. Floyd Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I won't be long at all. Mr. President, I rise to give my support to the bill before us, and I just want to say that in an administration or in a team giving support to a piece of legislation doesn't mean that you cannot be critical of the legislation. We are the review chamber of the Parliament, and so we are expected to do critical analysis of any piece of legislation that is before us, even if we are supporting the bill. So I want to make that clear. The other thing that I want to point out, Mr. President, is the importance of the Joint Select Committee process. Because some time ago, I heard comments to the effect that these committees were mere talk shops.
But Senator Morris, we passed that. That was in your time. We don't, you don't hear that recently, man.
Not at all. not at all, Mr. President. Not at all. And we are seeing, Mr. President, where after public insistence that the Joint Select Committees are up and running, and we are seeing active participation. And I am very much heartened by that, because what it does is it reduces some of the tensions that we have seen in the Parliament from time to time. Because, you know, I am certain that if some of the legislation that we have seen here that have gone through some really acrimonious discourse, if they had gone through the Joint Select Committee process, it would have been much different. Mr. President, whilst the Joint Select Committee was taking place, I don't know if any member of the community of persons with disability, Minister, participated in the discussion. And as I read the bill, I want to bring to your attention something that has been brought to my attention by individuals from the community, where they have gone to conduct bail for individuals in the justice system and have been denied the opportunity for conducting the bail for these individuals. And when they do, when there is the denial, it's for some spurious reasons. And as I read the bill, I realized that there is nothing there that prevents a person with a disability from conducting bail for an individual. But what I have seen in Section 15 is an opportunity for that officer who is the designated officer can use the criteria here to say, all right, this person who has a disability will not be able to supervise the bail of the defendant. And in that regard, can deny persons with disabilities from conducting bail. And it's a matter that I would want us to look at very carefully and make it pellucid, that this should not be done because it is discriminatory. And I want to point here, Mr. President, to Article 5 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that deals with equality and non-discrimination. Let me just get this thing here for greater clarity. And Jamaica is a signatory, as we know, to the convention, and that's why I'm highlighting it. States parties recognize that all persons are equal before and under the law and are entitled without any discrimination to the equal protection and equal benefit of the law. 2, states parties should prohibit all discrimination on the basis of disability and guarantee to persons with disabilities equal and effective legal protection against discrimination on all grounds. And 3, in order to promote equality and eliminate discrimination, states parties should take all steps to ensure that reasonable accommodation is provided. And reasonable accommodation, Mr. President, is important here because you want to make sure that to facilitate the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the justice system, you make the necessary arrangement to facilitate their inclusion. And I wouldn't want to see someone with a disability who has legal capacity based on various international treaties should not be deprived of the opportunity for conducting bail for an individual. And when you look at Article 13 of the convention that deals with justice, access to justice, it requires that officers of the state, especially those who are in the justice system, be trained in how to relate and treat with situations of persons with disabilities. And police officers, judges, etc., have been singled out in this regard. And my problem is not necessarily with the judges per se, but because I've not gotten any complaint from the community as it relates to that aspect of the justice system. The complaints have come about how police treat them in the whole situation of conducting bail. And I am just appealing, Minister, that something be said or done to ensure that these individuals, the officer, does not use Section 15 of this legislation to prevent persons with disabilities from granting bail. Thank you, Madam, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Morris. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President, and allow me to thank colleagues on both sides for their insightful and useful contributions to the debate, which have, I'm confident, notwithstanding there having been a joint select committee, I am confident that the discussions today have added richness to the considerations, the deliberations of the committee, and they have also, of course, helped with the context of understanding how it is committees work, the fact that they are useful means of engagement within the legislative process, and in fact that even if the length of the discussions of some of the committees does, cause consternation in some quarters and does result in a slower passage of legislation through the chambers, because the truth is, with the number of committees that are actually underway, the resulting pieces to actually come are reduced, and that has been, I think, a significant impact for me when I look at the legislative agenda, and a source of some frustration in that regard, but really minor when compared to the actual result of what comes out. As Senator Morris has said, in reducing some of the tensions at the point of debate, and also ensuring that improved results are derived by having both sides exchange in deep deliberative exchange and robust and frank debate. Because it does require vigor if you're going to get the results. Anybody can sit in a committee, but if you are not doing the work to prepare and doing the work to actually confront and meet arguments on both sides, whether you're in government or opposition, then you really do get a less than optimal result. So the bill that we have today, the Rolls-Royce bill, as it has now been dubbed. And I don't know if Senator Sinclair only raised that term after Senator Allen had left, because you both come from a place which has also been known as, I'm not going to say it because I'm from town, and I don't want any imputations. The president is trying to figure out what you can share with him after. But it really is the work of a lot of technical work, and I want to thank Ms. Wilkins and Ms. Grant from LRD and CPC, and the broader teams that they would have worked with as well, because it really has been extremely technical work coming from looking at what the difficulties were experienced when there were efforts before in 2010 to amend the bail framework. And, you know, were we locked into something where there really was no flexibility, that we would remain at the mercy of intimidatory, extortionate, and murderous criminals? Or was there a way, in fact, to find flexibility within the constitutional framework to balance the rights and freedoms, as Senator Scott Motley referred to? So we do feel confident that the transparency that is being brought by this bill does do very well in respect of the duty of the state to ensure wide security, the wider security of society, the right to life of the wider security, as well as, of course, the right to freedom and dignity as may be held by persons who are accused of criminality. So I noted on my timeline a while ago that, you know, my team had posted to say I'm now piloting this bill. And the first comment underneath was, I hope that this is going to stop the courts from letting out these murderers who have committed offenses before on the streets. And I said, well, it is hoped so. Because really that is one of the things that society wants, that the people of Jamaica want. They want to feel that the system works for them. And it's only a justice system that works on both sides, that is human rights and defense, that you won't have vigilante justice, that you won't have some of these mystery killings that people don't know. You just hear somebody turns up dead, and then when you're here in the community, it is somebody did something to somebody's child or somebody's wife, and somebody took justice into their own hands, but nobody's going to talk about it. And that is where people don't feel like the system is working for them. So it's important for us to have a stronger system that works, that protects communities, that protects witnesses, that has people feel comfortable to come forward and say what they know, because the criminal against whom they will give evidence is not out on bail to cause confusion in the community. This is basic. This is not a difficult concept to understand. This is one of the main aims of this bill, and it is one of the things that the people of Jamaica demand of a justice system that works. I think the point that has been highlighted earlier as well, both by Senators Sinclair and Fitz-Henley, about the clarity of the requirement to bring people before the court, people who have been accused and detained, to bring them before the court in a set period of time, and to have a list that comes forward to require judges to look on a weekly basis on the persons that have not been able to take up bail, so that they don't get lost in the system. This is an administration that cares, that does not want people to be lost in the system. And it means that now the administrative work will be necessary, the discipline will be necessary to create the new systems by the people who will have to create the list. They will have to know who is in there. And that's why it's a disincentive to have more people than you can manage in there as well. So it's one of these sort of virtuous circles of responsibility that should help. Absolutely, and one of the most important parts of the bill. So, another benefit, of course, this benefit of reducing persons, but also providing stronger guidance to the courts in terms of the matters that should appropriately be considered on bail, and recognizing that there is a very real difficulty that exists in the course of an investigation and in the course of our criminal system, the Jamaican criminal system, that makes it difficult to convert intelligence and information from the community into evidence that is needed to prosecute. That's a reality. And it's partly because of the intimidatory tactics of criminals who, if you don't have enough to charge them now and you can't hold them and they're out there causing mayhem or fear and disruption in the communities, if you don't have a bill that strengthens that, the ability of the court to protect communities in those circumstances, so that when we as leaders call on communities, say what you know. Oh my God, look at that little girl with her throat slashed, Daniel Rowe. Look at the murders of our women and our children. And we call, say if you know something, somebody must know, somebody saw something, somebody heard something. But the fear because of the barbarous nature of these criminals. So if there is a way to keep those criminals, and Senator Sinclair was quite clear, part 1 of the schedule sets out the serious crimes. These are not, you know, misdemeanors. The misdemeanors, there's actually no protection for people who are locked up for minor crimes. That if they are not charged within 48 hours, and it doesn't seem like any evidence is coming forth, then they must be released unconditionally. That's for minor things. So that will help. That is balancing justice. But the serious ones, this government is clear, and we appreciate the opposition's support on recognizing that this balance is critical. So, Mr. President, I won't go through all the expected benefits once more. I will simply again thank colleagues for their helpful contributions to the debate, thank the technical team once more for their support, and commend this bill to second reading, and again, my appreciation to the really helpful debate I thought took place today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Bail Act and to Provide for Connected Matters, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, you had said that there was an amendment to what specific clause? Okay, clause 8. Okay. What? It seems as if I'm gagging you, Minister. You had said clause 8.
Clause 8, sub clause 12.
Okay, so I take it that I can move quickly to clause 8.
Yes, Mr. President, I don't anticipate that there are any requests for amendments before then.
Thank you. So I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put clauses 2 to clause 7. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Clause 8, Minister.
Yes, Mr. President. Again, this was the issue of the electronic tracking device. The provision, the clause, only provides for the offense being in the event of removal or causing the removal of the electronic tracking device. But we know these are signal-based, and the technology and the innovativeness of the criminal network is something that shouldn't be anticipated. My understanding from the team is that the issue of destruction or impairment was discussed in the Joint Select Committee, but somehow it didn't make it in, and therefore it's consistent with the policy to recommend that the subsection as it stands is deleted, and I have a proposed language here.
The number?
812.
12.
812. So we would ask that sub 12 be deleted and the following be substituted. A defendant who, without lawful excuse.
If you take your time, the clerk is going to
But
write
I will give the clerk.
Pardon?
I will give the clerk. Yes. Although it's an insertion because they restructured it. So a defendant who, comma, without lawful excuse, comma, removes an electronic tracking device or causes or allows, dash, A, the removal of an electronic tracking device, semicolon, or B, the impairment of any function of an electronic tracking device, comma, contrary to a requirement imposed on that defendant under subsection 11C, commits an offense and shall be liable, all the rest remaining the same, shall be liable upon summary conviction, therefore, before a parish court, to a fine not exceeding $1 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year, or to both such fine and imprisonment. So it's the critical part is the impairment of any function of an electronic tracking device.
Thank you very much. Minister had signaled earlier that there would have been an amendment to Clause 8. So the amendment has been now put, and it is to Clause 8, subsection 12. Members wish it to be restated, or we have it clearly?
We have it.
Okay, so I put the amendment to Clause 8. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I now put Clause 8 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put clauses 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put clauses 21, 22, 23, and 23. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth schedule. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I put the title and an enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment.
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Bail Act and to Provide for Connected Matters, read a third time and passed.
I would also like to join the Minister and the acting leader of government business in highlighting the import of opposition business, in highlighting the import of having joint select committees for some legislation, because there are times when there is an imperative that requires the legislation to move with a degree of alacrity that does not allow it to go to a joint select committee. But where possible, as in this particular case, I think it has served us well. I had been given notification from Senator Sapphire Longmore that she wished to raise a matter on the adjournment. We have determined that she will take it another day. It relates to the issue of Mental Health Week, and I think that she has recognized that perhaps we would be more attentive on another occasion, based on the time. And the question is, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you also for the clarification about the relevant, when a joint select committee is relevant. The question is that Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Thank you, Madam. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.